This is the September 15th meeting of the Special Ed Advisory Council. And we are going to start out with roll call. Kayla, if I do miss anybody, I'm going with the roll call list from the last meeting. So please let me know.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Jennifer King. I know Jennifer said she was having a hard time with her sound, so we'll check in with her a little bit later. Heath Piney.
Here.
Amy Wagner. Barney Pontius. Brandon Gay.
I'm here.
Jennifer Kaczynski.
Here.
Jennifer Kurth. Laura Thompson.
I'm here.
Lena Kisner.
I'm here.
Marvin Miller. Matthew Ramsey. Michelle Warner. Paul Buck. Okay, I'm hearing some feedback. I don't know who has unmuted, but if you are not talking, if you could please mute. Rebecca Schultz. Sabrina Rischel. And I'm hoping I'm saying your names right. I apologize if I'm not. Don't hesitate to correct me. Tobias Wood.
He just logged on, Trish.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pitch.
Present.
Whitney George.
Here.
Mike Burgess. Laura Lystra. And then we have an interpreter on here, and I'm not sure, is Peter here?
Trisha, this morning we have Allison and Tanya joining us.
Okay. Are there any that I missed?
Marvin is here now.
Marvin is here now? I figured.
I'm in, Trish. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Trish, I'm here. Leslie Gerard.
Okay, and Leslie's here. Good deal. All right. The next order of business is to approve the agenda for today. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? I know Kayla sent them out ahead of time. If you need a few minutes to look it over, if you haven't had a chance, please do that right now. But we need a motion to approve the agenda for today.
Trish, this is Marvin Miller. I'll go ahead, Tobias. You take it. I
was wondering, did we ask if anybody needed to change anything in the agenda?
I did not ask that. Do we need to make any changes in the agenda?
I didn't have any changes to make.
Okay. I
So
thought maybe you had a
Marvin's.
suggestion.
No, but I didn't know if the individuals that were going to be presenting had anything come up or something. I will second Marvin's motion to approve.
Okay, so Marvin makes a motion and Tobias seconds. And then the minutes of the April 14th and July 26th meetings were both sent out. If you've had a chance to review those, are there any corrections that we need to address in those separate? Let's start with April's meeting.
Kayla, this is Marvin. Can I have a few minutes to look at that? I think, not Kayla, I'm sorry, Trish. Kayla said there was a computer update, so I'm just looking at these brand new ones because the other one was blank.
Yeah.
So
I also believe, Trish, that Kayla has a poll to approve the agenda.
Oh, thank you. So if you would take a moment to vote, Kayla is going to put up a poll to approve the agenda. Wonderful. It looks like the agenda has been approved. Marvin, are you still looking over April?
yeah, just give me another 30 seconds.
No, no problem. I just don't want to rush.
And Tricia, Jennifer is here now too.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. My sound wasn't working right. And so I used my headset and thought it was working and it wasn't working right.
Ah, technology.
I was searching everywhere for the Zoom link and realized it was actually in the meeting request. Like, oh, too many things, too many screens, too many things.
This is a great reason we should go back to face, right?
Yes.
Yes. I know that Bert has put an email out that we're looking at possibly hybrid for the next time. So I do think that those of us that were able to be at the KSDE meeting really found a lot of value in the collaboration that we were able to have face to face. So as many as could attend, that would be wonderful for our next meeting in November. But I do understand there's a lot of extenuating circumstances.
Tricia, this is Marvin. I have read there. I do not see anything else any corrections that are needed unless anybody else has anything that needs to be edited. Otherwise, I will make a motion to approve the April 14th minutes? The April minutes.
This is
April
Jennifer.
14th.
This is Jennifer. I'll second.
Okay, Marvin made a motion and Jennifer second. Kayla, do you have a poll for this? All right, if you would take a second to vote, please. Wonderful. Now, if we could have a motion to approve the July 26th minutes.
This is Tobias. I move to approve.
This is Marvin. I will second that. And as people recall, since we did not have a majority, no action was taken. Is that correct?
That is correct. We did not have a quorum. So Tobias made the motion and Marvin seconded. Kayla, do you have a poll for us? Have we concluded with the poll? Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. All right. So it looks like Ashley Enns has also joined the meeting. So I don't know if you need to get that down, Kayla. The next order of business on our agenda is set for 9:30, so we're ahead of schedule. That is a time for public comments. Do we have any that we are aware of that are written or verbal?
I have not received any written public comments at all.
All right, Bert, do we need to wait a little bit on this or do we move forward?
We can move forward, and if anyone shows up and wants to provide public comment, they can at a later time.
All right.
Trish,
So
I have a,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting today a lot. Trish, I have a question. Since we did not have a quorum last time, I just want to double check how many people do we have here? It's hard to tell on Zoom. And I just want to verify we do have a quorum today so we can do stuff. Is that correct?
I have counted our membership. It looks like we have 14 or 15 members, depending upon my count. Kayla, what do you show?
I have 14 and I have a couple more that are joining us about 10:30.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
We need 11, by the way.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like the next order of business on our agenda is the new SETS staff member introduction. And Bert, are you ready for that?
I am, but I also would like to just interrupt a little here if I could. I know I should have made this known. I think I sent you an email, Trish, right before the meeting started, that Jim is going to have to be off this afternoon and he would like to provide the BOE report if that's okay with everyone. Normally he would provide that towards the end of the meeting, but since he's not going to be here, he asked if he could be moved up on the agenda. So is that okay?
I believe we have time for it. Does anybody have any objections?
No.
Okay.
And I saw he logged on, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna let Jim do his report.
Welcome, Jim.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Having a little technical difficulty actually with the technician. Hey, good morning to everyone. I can make this really quick. It won't be long because about the only thing that really had a lot of attention on the state board meeting this past 2 days was the multiplier for the Kansas State Activities Association and the time we spent with the regents yesterday in a joint meeting. Really not much going on unless I missed something and you have some questions.
Jim, this is Marvin. I had a question. Did you were you able to present the graduation task force stuff? Was that scheduled yesterday, or has that been done already?
That was already done. That was last month.
Last month. Thank you. Can you since we did not meet since last month, can you tell us how that went?
Probably, if I could remember. Well, I can recall some highlights for you. Basically, overall, the graduate and Tish can certainly jump in on this as well. The overall graduation requirements, there were no real recommendations for additional courses other than a recommendation or a suggestion, I guess I'd call it, that districts look closely at adding courses that they've already done, and financial literacy, technology, and so on. So that was one part. The second part, in terms of mastery and competency, we endorsed that as a way to go and asked that the Department of Education put together basically guidelines and guardrails in terms of how and to use those and when to use those, giving guidance to districts so where we have more consistency across the state. If you're going to allow a student to or permit a student to receive credit for a course, especially a graduation course, in terms of a project a portfolio, outside work, some way that they could receive credit. There are many that, in fact, I should say this, all the things that we're recommending, they can already do. What we're just asking for is the Department of Ed to provide some guidelines and bumper rails so they don't go off the edge of the cliff, and just so we're the consistency across the state. That was in Mastering Competency. Just there was something else we did. What was it?
Well, I wasn't aware of or part of a meeting last month, so I'm not sure. The last one I participated in was in May. So
Yeah.
I know that one of the topics that we were talking about was, we've called it value added.
Oh, right.
Versus, yeah.
Then the other recommendation, thank you. It's a little early after a long days. The value-added diplomas that we endorsed it and recommended it, but it's up to districts in terms of doing that. The state is not going to do it. The board's not going to provide a list of types and of graduation diploma notations they could put on there. It's really up to the local districts if they want to do that. We endorsed it, but it's not, like I said, it's up to the districts. And now the next part is this, and this comes from the board meeting yesterday. We will be making, Randy and I and the leadership team, and this is new, will be coming together to meet and decide what recommendations we want to make to the Board of Education to proceed into the future with graduation requirements. Do we want to just say, hey, thanks, good job, we're done? Or do we send them back to get us more information? Or do we ask them to continue to look at graduation over time and make recommendations as needed? So the next steps are the next decision the board has to make, and we'll be meeting as a leadership team with Randy to make that recommendation to the board in the coming months. And specifically with special education, nothing has changed. You still have the complete authority and power to set graduation plans and make adjustments for students as the IEPs and the teams, develop.
The only thing I would add, Jim, is with our special ed population, one of the things that was highly discussed is making sure that when we add elective classes and we use mastery or competency-based learning, that we align those with the essential elements that are given in the state regulations for standards, because those are skills that are employability skills that will help kids transition to the world that they're going out to for adult flourishing, to use Marvin's term.
Excellent, thank you. And that's where the State Department people come in to work with us on making sure that those kinds of issues and opportunities are well defined.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions?
Did you have any other board updates on the Board of Regents conversations yesterday?
Gotta be careful here. It was a warm and fuzzy meeting. Yeah, let's keep working together and find out how we can do more together. They're interested in, and we are too, in providing pathways and opportunities for students to, I want to get the correct term here. Well, to get credit, transitioning from high school to post-secondary. Issues of concern that we are moving forward with all due, I don't want to say speed, but that students would graduate typically from high school with anywhere from 6 to 9 credits of post-secondary credits. And that could be, that's not just college, that's junior college or 4-year institutions, but also the technical education and other kinds of credits that they could receive. And there's unity in that purpose and direction. So we'll continue that as both the state board and the regents in developing that, but basically too, it's a message to the universities and colleges, the state ones, as well as to the guidance counselors and schools and districts, that they should be finding routes to do that regardless of whether there's a college next door or you're in a rural area and don't have easy access in terms of seat time. So, and also there's the credit issues regarding teachers of who are already at the school, high school teachers providing courses, dual credit courses. We talked about the fact that they need a master's degree to be able to be part of this program. That wasn't the original concept, but it's about 5 years ago they put that in. We'd like to talk about that more, and not to keep that a live option for a conversation as we move forward. That's about it.
Well, I know that there was some news and media press on it, so it was a very important topic. So we will stay on top of that because that definitely impacts the population we're trying to represent here. So we want to give them all the opportunities we can. I appreciate your time, Jim.
Hey, no, this is great. Thank you for allowing me to be there. I'm sorry I had technical difficulty getting in. I need somebody here to help me do this stuff.
Well, your time was perfect because we were just getting ready to jump ahead with Bert and we were ahead of schedule. So you definitely helped fill the gap. So I appreciate it.
I'm here to fill gaps.
Bert, would you like to go ahead? Does anybody have questions, first of all? Okay, so
now,
Bert,
I would say, and I have talked to Randy a little bit about this, and we'll be talking again. And we haven't talked about this, Tish, but is to address the different needs of different, not just those identified with an IEP and special services, but the different needs that different kids need that are coming to us in social emotional or with in poverty. We are taking a very strong stance. I think I can say this as a board is one size doesn't fit all.
mm-hmm.
And we need to continue that conversation, not just for the populations that we serve here and through SEAC, but also the populations that are underserved and underrepresented at the board or in our usual dialogue. So there's a lot of work to do, and graduation should not be a door hard to open, but a welcoming opportunity to the next step. And we talk about students that, for instance, want to graduate early, and that's great. Well, it's great in a lot of ways, but are they really ready for that? And then why do we have to have our graduation rates set? And there is a federal issue here where I'm about to address, but why can't students stay longer, as with special education? Some of those kids I know in my experience wake up when they reach 17. And why is it not that we can't accommodate or make have a welcoming door for them too? And not just through GED, but the finish line shouldn't be the finish line and then that's it. We graduate kids in a lot of different ways at different times. So there's a lot of conversation to go.
Well,
Not
I
just
can,
early, but, you know, our students beyond the dates and times that we have established today.
well, I can say that I appreciate all the conversations that we've had with the Board of Education as the Graduation Requirement Task Force, because it has really been made important and stressed to the Board of Education, the individualized plan of study and how important that is, because that does hit the mark for every single student in a school district. And I really, truly believe that the Board of Education's focus is educational equity, making sure that everybody has equal access and the ability to use their education as a tool to open the door for their futures.
Yes, and we're still focused on, you know, not just graduation as a point of success, but post-secondary success. Where are they several years later?
Right.
You know, we have to keep that going as well. Thank you. Well said, by the way.
Thank you. All right, Bert, do you want to jump in with your staff member introductions?
Of course. I'll start with Krista Grimwood so that I say her name properly. Krista, if you'd like to unmute and just share a little bit about yourself to our group and what your role is here at KSDE.
Sure. Thank you, Bert. Yeah, my name is Krista Grimwood, and I am the dispute resolution coordinator for the SETS team. And I come from the field, 18 years and working in public education in Kansas. And I am here to help any of you with any questions, or I definitely don't know the answers, all of the answers, but I can definitely help you find them. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. What she did not tell you is that she loves to bake. And so the island, as we call it, which is on the other side from my office, thank goodness, is treated to treats on a regular basis. So now I'm going to introduce Ashley Niaczewski. I hope I got that right, Ashley. You can pronounce it better than I can. And if you would like to unmute and introduce yourself.
Hi, yeah, I'm Ashley Niaczewski. You did really well, Bert. I am a new attorney here on the SETS team. My background is actually as a parent, and I have a mom of 5 kids. A few of them have some learning challenges, and so that kind of took me back to law school, and here I am.
And she didn't tell you that she recently passed the bar exam. So congratulations, Ashley. And then I have Sarah Reed on here somewhere. Sarah, would you like to unmute and tell people what you do?
Yeah, my name is Sarah. I'm an administrative specialist for Brian Dempsey. And I'm just basically learning from the SETS department. I have 2 kids, and that's basically my background on anything.
And what Sarah's not telling you is that she's an expert at arranging travel. It's one of her favorite things to do. And she's probably going to throw something at me later. So then our newest person that we've hired, she's been here for 2 days, is Sammy Reed. So Sammy, would you like to unmute and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Sammy. Like Bert said, it's my 2nd day here, so I'm still learning the ropes. My background is I don't really have that education experience, but I did just graduate from Washburn University for sociology and anthropology, and I'm doing my master's at Emporia State for library science right now. So.
And what Sammy didn't tell you, she's an administrative specialist also, and she'll be working under the direct supervision of Dean Zeit. So I think that's the ones that we have on here, Kayla, unless
we have Janice Tolley that just joined us.
Thank you. We'll have Janice introduce herself too. Would you like to unmute, Janice, so we can hear you?
I'm Janice Tolley. I'm the new Title III ESOL Education Program Consultant.
Thank you, Janice. And Janice also has an interest in looking at those students that are ESOL or ELL, sometimes they're called, and the special education services that some of them are receiving, and is it a language issue or is it special education? So Janice is going to be very supportive and helpful to us as she works on an advanced degree as well. Now, who did I miss, Kayla? Anyone?
That is all that we have that was able to join us, but we also have Heather Gould that had started.
Heather Gould does our neglected and delinquent services, and she assists with the migrant program. She'll have to tell you about her first travel experience where she went to Chicago and got off the tram and had a mile to go to the hotel and ended up with someone pulling a gun and someone thinking that she was a beggar and asking her to come in so they could preach to her. She has quite the story she could tell you someday. So we have a very entertaining group here. There's never a dull moment at KSDE. So you ever need a smile on your face, I'm sure one of us could tell you one of our travel stories. I'll spare you mine. So I'm going to give it back to you now, Tricia. I really appreciate that our KSDE staff are so supportive of students with disabilities, students that are at risk, students of ELL, migrant, foster care, neglected, delinquent, homeless, because we really do have a great staff here. So any questions you have about any of those populations at any time, reach out to me and I'll make sure it gets to the right person so we can get you some answers. So back to you, Trish.
Thank you very much. I may be reaching out to some of those with my own questions in my field of work. So I welcome you guys all and thank you so much for all the work that you're doing right now and all the things that you're going to help us do to meet the needs of the kids in our state. So the next topic we have on our agenda is set for 10 o'clock and it's Brian Dempsey. Brian, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It is 9:30. Did you want to check and see if anybody appeared for open comment or public comment?
Okay. Do we have anyone here who would like to have any kind of public comment? It sounds like you're good to go, Brian.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. And I think so. Kayla, am I able to? I cannot share my screen. There we go. Let me see. Okay. Everybody should see the slide with SPPAPR with Bert and my name. Is that what you see?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. I'm like Tobias. When Tobias said too many screens, too many choices, I am right on board with that. I'm going to talk to you today about our SPPAPR submission for FFY 20. We are in the beginning stages of gathering the data for our submission in January of 23 for FFY 21. So the FFY 20 SPPAPR was submitted the last week of January of this year. And then OSEP reviewed it, provided some feedback. We responded to those comments. And then they did their final review and did their determination this summer. And we'll get to that at the end of this. So if you recall, FF19 was the last year of the prior package. So this FFY20 submission was the first year of a 6-year package. And if you recall, last year we came to you in the fall and throughout the summer and had PowerPoints, and we were talking about baselines and targets, and we were setting new baselines and targets for some of the indicators. And we'll go through those as I go through the presentation. There we go. So as a reminder, these are the current indicators. A couple were expanded with this new package. So we have 1 and 2, graduation and dropout are consistent. So 3 expanded a little bit. This is our assessment indicator. So there's A, B, C, and D. And there's a couple of data points within each one. So there's approximately 24 results for indicator 3 if you look at all of those as you go through. 4A and 4B have to do with suspension and expulsion by race and ethnicity. Indicator 5 is our education environments for our 5-year-old, which includes our 5-year-old kindergartners through 21. 6 and 7 are preschool environments and outcomes. 8 is our parent involvement, which is a survey indicator. 9 is disproportionate representation by race, ethnicity, and identification. 10 is disproportionate representation by specific disability categories. Indicator 11 is our child find. Do we conduct the initial evaluations within our 60 school days? Indicator 12 is our early childhood transition. So for those eligible, do they have their IEPs by their 3rd birthday or transition? Indicator 13 is our secondary transition. That's having it addressed in the IEP after 16. Indicator 14 is our post-school outcomes. What are the outcomes after graduation? Indicator 15 and 16 are dispute resolution indicators for sessions and then mediation. And then indicator 17 is our state systemic improvement plan. How did we do? So for FFY20, this is where I'm going to harken back to, this is a new package. So a lot of these are going to have baseline years were established in 20. So there was no slippage, or slippage was irrelevant because it's our first year. That'll come into our FFY21 submission. So graduation is a baseline year. So remember, we changed the methodology and data source for that. And that's why we reset the baseline for 20. So that was just our baseline year and there's no slippage. Now dropout, if you remember, we talked about changing the baseline year to FFY20, and then there are 2 options for dropout. Option 2 is what we've used historically, and OSEP allowed that through FFY20, and then for this submission, FFY21, everybody must use option 1. So we will change the baseline this year as we gather the data within the next month. We'll go through that and bring that back to you to show you where we ended up on our target setting. The process will be similar as we talked about last year, where we looked at the historical trend data, and we had a standard deviation, and then we looked at and averaged all of that out, and then did rigorous but reasonable steps. Remember, when we set the baseline at the end of the package, we have to end better than where we started. So the other thing to remember with dropout data, historically, you saw numbers of about 2.5 to 2.9% of students with IEPs dropping out. We changed the option 1 as a change in the methodology, and it shrinks the denominator. So historically, we would look at the numerator as students with IEPs who dropped out, and the denominator was all students with IEPs. And that was a larger number. And then you got to the 2.5 to 2.9. That changed from the numerator remains all students with IEPs. The denominator is all students with IEPs who exited from 14 through 21. So that really shrunk that number. So you will see dropout rates in the range for 21, probably around 15.5%. The number of students dropping out, students with IEPs dropping out, is pretty consistent, but because of that shrink in the denominator, you will see a larger number. So for FFY20, when we talked about it, and when we looked at the historical trend data, so remember, dropout is a lag year. So we were looking at the data from the school year of 19 to 20. And remember, in the spring of 20, all the schools closed in March through the end of the year. And we figured our dropout data, and remember, dropout decreases better, and So we met our target. We've never met our target before. We haven't always had slippage, but we've not really met our target. So we were able to meet our target, and we thought that was an outlier. And when you look at the standard deviation, that really bared out because we were even outside that standard deviation. The preliminary data for the FF21 gets us back within that standard deviation. So we thought, because that was probably an anomaly, that we would go to FFY21 as our baseline year. So you'll see the number flip from 2.5 to about 15.5 as a baseline, and then we'll project out there our targets and utilize probably that standard deviation and do incremental steps to show improvement over time. But we'll bring those numbers back to you. The assessment indicator 3, we reset the baseline. The OSIP changed that. They added, so we reset the baseline for that. So there's no slippage to address in that. For suspension and expulsion for 4A and 4B, again, we reset the baseline for the FFY20 with the new package, and there was no slippage to address. For education environments, for indicator 5, we met our target, and we had no slippage. For preschool environments, we met our target and had no slippage. Those of you that have been around for a while will know that we had not met our target previously. We've done a lot of work in this area. So thanks to Julie Rand and her team for bringing those results out. Preschool outcomes, we did not meet our target. We'll get into a little bit about that in a little bit, but there was no slippage. And that there are some components of there. We met some of the components of preschool outcomes, just not all of them. And we'll get to that in a second. Our parent involvement, we met our target, so there was no slippage. Again, that's a survey of parents and their reporting of the schools, including them in a meaningful way in the IEP process. Indicator 9, disproportionate representation, and indicator 10, representation by specific disability categories, are baseline years for FFY20. So there's no slippage. And I do notice on this, I did not change. So I pulled this up. This is our summary we presented to you historically. So that FFY 2019 should be FFY 2020. So I apologize for that. Indicator 11, the child find, we did not meet our target, but there was no slippage. And this is a compliance indicator. So the baseline is 100%, and we were off, we'll see in a little bit, by about 24 students, I think, on this, if I remember right. Indicator 12, early childhood transition, we did not meet our target, but there was no slippage. Secondary transition, we didn't meet our target, but there was no slippage. And we'll talk about that, as well as post-school outcomes. We did not meet our target, but there was slippage. So when I talk about slippage, maybe it's a good time to talk about what is slippage. So our indicators, if our measurements are by increments of 1% or 10% or more, so like our graduation is 1% or greater, then slippage is anything over 1% from year to year, from the prior year to the current year. If you slip more than 1%, that's slippage for those. If you're measuring less in increments smaller than 1%, then it's less than a 10th% change from year to year. That's slippage. Our dispute resolution indicators 15 and 16, we met our target. There was no slippage. Kansas is fortunate, and we're not very litigious. And so the reality is we don't hit the minimum number of resolution sessions or mediation sessions to get into an analysis of whether we had slippage or not. I think that's good. Our formal complaints were up a little bit this last year, but in the grand scheme of things, when you look at other states or the country in general, we tend to resolve things in the districts, and I think teams do a good job of engaging the parents and families for the most part. We do have some complaints, but working with those families and working through the issues, even through the pandemic. So that was good. 17 indicator, our state systemic improvement plan. We did not meet our target, but there was no slippage there. Okay, for those we did not meet our target, the indicators, we'll review those. Indicator 7 are preschool outcomes. So there's 2 items, 1 and 2, and there's 7A, B, and C. So I've only identified those indicator or those areas of focus that we did not meet. And 7A1, so item 1 focuses on the children who entered or exited the program below age expectations, and then the percent who substantially increased their rate of growth by the time they turned 6 years of age or exited the program. And then item 2 focuses on the percent of preschool children who were functioning within age expectations in a given outcome by the time they turned 6 years of age or exited the program. As you can see, since we didn't have slippage, we were pretty close to our target in 7A1 and then B1 and then C1 and 2. So 7A2 we met, 7B1 we met, and then 7C we did not. And then over on the right-hand side, you see A is the social-emotional relationships. B is acquisition and use of knowledge and skills. And then C is using appropriate behaviors to meet their needs. And then the second bullet on the right is what we look at. The third bullet is our analysis. And for this, we're still looking at the building closures and the change in delivery models due to COVID-19 interruption, the staff turnover at the local level, which continues to be an issue, and the increased request for technical assistance with data entry. So we're trying to resolve those. That historically has been the issues, and they continue to be at this point as we work through, and probably will with the pandemic effects on some of these indicators for another year or so, I suspect.
Brian, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So when you were going through the data, that was a question that came to my mind. Is there any kind of correlation study going on that links if teachers have been certified or if they're on provisionals, or if districts have had to reach out and get people that typically hadn't been in the classroom, but we brought them in to fill positions and got them restricted license, and the correlation between these numbers? Do you know if there's any studies going on related to that?
I'm unaware of any. I know that is a great question, and I will note that and see if there is anything going on or how we would analyze that if we can.
Hey, Brian, this is Lena, and I have a question too. And I don't know, maybe it would be helpful for someone to talk about the reality that not all preschoolers have to have outcomes. You know, they have to be in the program for a certain amount of time, make sure everybody knows that. But I would be curious too, if we're seeing that maybe we had kids that were only in the program for 6 months, or maybe we had kids that were in the programs, you know, from age 3 up to kindergarten entry, and see if we're seeing any differences in this data as a result of COVID, because I know personally we had less kiddos in our early childhood programs during COVID, and maybe the impact of that as well.
Okay, that's a great point. I'll talk to Julie and see if that's something we can look at. Any other questions on the preschool outcomes? Okay. For indicator 11, our child fine, as I told you, this is a compliance indicator, so it has to be 100%. We did miss this by 24 students for FFY20. The year before, we were at 99.5% and then missed by 12 students. So we're pretty consistent with that. The early childhood transition, again, this is a compliance indicator. And this is about implementing the IEP by their 3rd birthdays that are eligible. We were off by 3 students for FFY 20. And if I remember, it was 6 students for FFY 19. So we improved that indicator. Oh, so close. Okay, secondary transition. Another compliance indicator, we were at 99.08%. We dropped just a little bit. We were off 4 items of non-compliance when we looked at this. And for FFY 19, we were off by 3 items of non-compliance. It was just a slight change there. For indicator 14, the post-school outcomes, these are, they step up. So that's why you see the percentages going up, and they accumulate, or yeah, they accumulate. So 14A is those after they left school who enrolled in higher education within 1 year of leaving high school. B is enrolled in higher education or competitively employed within 1 year of leaving high school. C is enrolled in higher education or in some other post-secondary education or training program or competitively employed. So there you see the numbers going up. And this is where we had some slippage from the prior year. And you can see that our targets are on the left, and then what our data showed on the right. And this is pretty consistent from 19. So this seems to be another COVID interruption. And when we looked at the data, Stacy and I, the year before, so FFY 19, towards the bottom of that last bullet where it says nearly 9% of Exeters reported being laid off from a job as a result of COVID-19, and 195 respondents reported a reduction in work hours. That's down a little bit from 19. I think it was 22% were laid off the year before, but it's still more than what we've seen historically. The other thing we noticed, so when you're looking at the higher education or any other training program after high school, the respondents talked about because of COVID and just from a safety perspective, several reported waiting. They were going to wait a year or two, see where they were at, and then maybe go back in after that. So that led to the decrease in the outcomes for those as well. Any questions on that? Okay. So OSEP then makes a level of determination based on a couple of 2 things. They look at, they have a scoring rubric of have we complied in a timely and accurate basis in reporting all of our data and completing everything. And then they look at the NAEP scores of the state. And they give them equal weighting. And they average it out. They don't give them equal, they average out those 2 scores. So for Kansas, we met requirements, and we were notified of that in June. And that's the highest level of determination. And I left this in here from before. We've received this determination for well over 10 consecutive years. It's really about 12 or 13 at this point. And I think on a call, Missouri was the other state that has had this length of time. No other state has. So we're proud of that. We're doing good work, and we're happy about that. The areas of growth for us I left this in as dropout. So if you recall, we did meet our target for FFY 20, but I left that in because we know preliminarily our data is going to show us going back up. And we're going to be probably higher than what we were prior to the pandemic a little bit. We're still within the standard deviation, but I left that in because I think that's an area to keep in mind. And scoring at basic or above on the National Assessment of Educational Progress, so NAEP. So I did want to point out, we did meet requirements. They averaged those 2 scores. We received 100% on our scoring rubric, and the NAEP was in the 60s. So when you averaged it, we were at, I think, 83 or 82%. And we would talk to our technical assistance liaison from OSEP. He just wanted us to be aware. He understands that some of it's not within our control, for example, the NAEP, but that does go into this level of determination. So we were 2 points away from not meeting requirements based on the averaging of those scores. And most states are in the same boat. That's not uncommon on the NAEP scores to have a lower score. So he encouraged us to continue to control what we can, which is the rubric, and hopefully the NAEP scores grow, and we should still be okay moving forward. So that, Trish, is it for the SPP APR. And then I'm going to talk about the differentiated monitoring as well. I didn't know, I think there was on the agenda a scheduled break in between these two maybe, or is it time for a break, or do you want me to keep going?
Actually, the break is after you're done, and we
All
did
right.
just going from one thing to the next. So I believe if you want to continue, we're ready.
Okay, Tobias, do you have a question?
I do. I was curious about, I think this might be a good time to mention it. I know that the data is only as good as the inputs, and I know that that you're requesting a lot of data from many school districts across the state. What level of compliance or cooperation do you get with the districts to provide these data? Obviously, if there's a district that is refusing to provide data or doesn't do it appropriately or doesn't do it correctly, it's going to affect the overall. So what is the compliance that you have with the school districts?
Well, reporting the data is part of is a requirement to receive the federal funding. So ultimately, the very end in the extreme is to withhold federal funds, and no districts wants that. So they are going to report the data. But to your point of what's the quality of the data, and we do run that through, and it goes to OSEP, and then there are other, for most of these indicators, there's other data sources to know whether your quality is improving or decreasing. So it is that analyzing that data as it comes in to look at kind of those historical trends. So for the districts too, and we do that on our team as well. Mason does that, I think, when he's looking at a SPED Pro and looking at the data. Is a district really showing something outlying that historically they've never done before? So he does work with districts directly to have conversations about, is this accurate or what happened, and then working with them to clean up that data to improve the quality. I do think that can be an issue at times. I think for this, it may not, I'm not going to say that there's not data questions at times. I don't think it's a significant impact on this. Now, other programs might have, I don't know about that. So for this, to answer your question, I think there's enough checks and balances between us and OSEP as that data is going through, everybody's looking at it.
Brian, would that data and the quality of that data be aligned to a school's accreditation for KESA?
That, yes, is a short answer.
So I'm just saying, I think a school is going to do the best that they know how to do to get accurate data to the state, because if they don't want to lose their accreditation. I don't think there's probably intentional, but there are just some places that people don't know what they don't know. So more training and developing. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, yes, Trish, thank you for cleaning up my.
No, that's what it sounded like to me. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding. Great question, Tobias.
Well, and the root of the
do.
question is there are a lot of data there, and you know, I taught for many years, and I certainly wouldn't want to be the person that was responsible for collecting and then reporting those data, and so, you know, we're asking a lot of our education system to not only collect but to report as accurately as they can. And I was just wondering if that is putting a strain on some of our smaller districts.
As we look at districts too, Tobias, and we do look at timely data. So just as the OSEP looks at us on whether we submit timely and accurate data, we do look at the districts on timely and accurate data. And Mason does work with the district clerks a lot throughout the year. So our leadership conference in the summer, he spends 2 to 3 hours or half a day with them and does a training to catch not just the seasoned ones, but the new ones as well. And works with them throughout the year. And that's all Mason does. So is work with the data and ensure that it's clean and the quality is as good as possible.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Sure. And I'm not looking at the chat, so I guess.
You're good from what I see.
Okay. So moving on to differentiated monitoring and support, or DMS 2.0. This is OSEP's version of their general supervision to the state. So our general supervision responsibilities to the LEAs, they have the same to us. And that's what this is. So this started, well, with the results-driven accountability initiative in 2015 or 16, and they're Kansas in cohort 2, and which is coming up in this coming year. They're going through cohort 1 at this point. So this is the OSEP's general supervision responsibility for us. And this is the summary. In 2016, I guess, is when they started the results-driven accountability. So it's kind of what our messaging is to districts as well. Really, the goal is to improve the outcomes for students and for children from infant all the way through graduation for children with disabilities. So we do that through monitoring to the extent we're required to monitor, but also then in looking at providing that support when we need to provide better outcomes for children. So there are 8 components that, and I'm just going to give you the real high level, 8 components to the general supervision monitoring of OSEP to us. Fiscal management is one of these, and you can look at these at your leisure, but really the key is the definition is in the green on the left, and what they say is an effective fiscal management system. And then everything to the right are varying levels of examples of evidence, from minimum to increasing the quality of your system to the intended outcome on the right. And for all of these components, there's subsequent documents that are pages long that have questions on where to go, where would we go, or do you have that? So it's the self-assessment part of it. Is it on your website, or do you have processes in place, or what does it look like? And we're documenting that, and I'll talk about a little bit that when I get through the 8 components. And then this is the rest of the fiscal management. It just goes down to some of those evidence. The next 2 combined are integrated monitoring and then sustaining compliance and improvement. And again, the definition is on the left with the evidence examples leading to the intended outcome. So that's 2 and 3. And then dispute resolution and technical assistance and professional development are the next 2 outcomes that they look at, or components they look at. And then data and SPP APR. This is all about our data system. And then finally, I think this is implementation of policies. I think I cut off the "and." I assume that's policies and procedures. So what we have been doing since the spring is we took all of these components and created work groups based on these slides that you're seeing. So the components that were combined, we combined that as a work group. if you take the time to go through this, there's a lot of overlap between these components as well. So these work groups took the components and were tasked with looking at the evidence. What do we have? Where are our gaps? And now we've created, then we got a smaller work group to start combining all of this. And now we're into a little work group of 4. So those initial work groups are still there to provide information if needed. But now we're starting to combine everything to write it up, to identify what we have, and not only what we have, but what don't we have? Where are some gaps that we can either address right now, or put a plan in place, so if OSEP sees it as well, that they know that we're aware of it and what we're doing to address that. And that's where we're at now. And then the other point, when you go through this, you'll see language that may or may not be familiar. Each state might adapt different terms for OSEP's requirements. So part of this combining everything to do our self-assessment as well is to help you all. So you'll be part of this as well. And so when we come back to you to help you understand, when OSEP says this is really how Kansas says it. So DMS 2.0 is a phase monitoring system. Phase 1 is the document request and protocol interviews. And OSEP staff probably at this point, and they may have started this summer, looking at our public information. So they're looking at our website, what do we have, and gathering what information they can to determine where they want to go. So they're trying to the differentiated part between the states is every state might have different strengths and weaknesses. So the monitoring is going to be geared towards that state's strength and weakness. What they focus on for Kansas may not be what they focus on for Nebraska. The process is the same. It's just whatever your weaknesses are might drive the monitoring a little bit different. So they're probably doing that at this point. The intent is for them to notify us next month in October with a formal letter to Bert as to the notification of the monitoring, to start setting up the formal processes. And we're proceeding as if that's going to happen. We're not sure that that's going to happen, but they haven't said anything formally. So whether or not it does, we're not relying on that. We're just going to proceed as we're going to get a letter next month and we're going to start. So 5 months prior to, so the phase 2 visit, that's the on-site visit they're talking about in A. And their timeline, what they've talked about is probably next spring. So March to May, sometime in there is when the on-site visit would occur. So 5 months before that, so towards the end of the year, January, they will send the document request for what they haven't found or what they're looking for, and for us to supplement that. And then 4 months, they'll do targeted interviews with state staff on the component specific protocols. So that'll be with us. Phase 2 is going to be an on-site or they have virtual visit. I think they're setting up on-site visits with cohort 1. So based on what they've gathered, that helps drive what they're looking at when they come out on-site. So they'll interview this group, they'll interview other staff. They'll also identify a district or 2 or 3 to do interviews with as well. And we'll know all that. So as this rolls out, I will update you so you're well aware of what the timelines are. And then phase 3 is the closeout and follow-up. So following the on-site visits next spring, they will do a report and do identifying any corrections that we need to do. And frankly, there will be some, that's the whole point. Every state will have corrections identified that they need to complete. So we'll work on that. And that's how it's looking at this point. But I wanted to give you the high level. That's what it is. More details will start rolling out as they come, as we get the letter and then as we get more information.
Thank you very much, Brian. Does anybody have any questions? All right,
Okay.
well, it looks like we on this schedule would be next up for a break, but that also says at 10:45. So if we would like to take a 15-minute break right now, I am in favor of doing that if everybody else agrees. And then we can come back. Is Shane Carter on right now? Because I believe we have him scheduled for 11 o'clock. I just want to make sure he's available.
I'll ask Kayla to reach out to him if he's not on. I don't know if he's on or not.
He is
Okay.
not on yet, but I will send him an email.
Because he
Okay,
asked me this morning and I told him 11. At least that's what he thought he was supposed to be on. So we can see if he can get on earlier.
okay. And if he's not available until 11, Scott Gordon, would you want to move up after our break? Is Scott on?
I don't see Scott on either.
Okay,
He's probably-
well,
They're probably
when we
following their
back from our
timeline.
break- Go ahead, Bert. I'm sorry.
But they're probably following the timeline they were sent. So that's what I'm thinking. But if we could get Shane and then Scott afterward, Kayla can work on that.
All right, that would be wonderful. So why don't we take a 15-minute break and be back at 10:26? Okay, I'm showing 10:26 on my calendar, or I guess my clock, not my calendar. Kayla, what do we know?
We have Scott Gordon on with us to talk about ESI regulations now.
Wonderful. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Y'all just let me know when you're ready for me to start, and then I will need to share my screen. Oh, wait. Sorry, there we go. You all should see just a cover 2022 update on ESI regulations. If somebody could give me a thumbs up, let me know that I did that right. Thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, my name is Scott Gordon. I am general counsel for the Kansas State Department of Education. I apologize. I will try to work on my speaking speed, as I know that you are interpreting this for those that can use it. I will not go through absolutely every detail that I went through in Wichita. I don't know how many of you were present during my presentation in Wichita. This is largely a kind of a Reader's Digest version of that, with the introduction of a tool that I think will be very helpful for you all soon. So I realize I moved that in the way and I don't need to put that there. So very brief history, and I know most of you, any of you that have been a part of this organization for some time, you are aware of the history of the Emergency Safety Intervention Regulations. The Freedom from Unsafe Seclusion and Restraint Act went into effect in 2013 or 2014. What I can share with you about that act is it basically took language that we had already started with from our regulations and just put it in a statute for some reason. That act has since sunset. It was not renewed, it was not expanded, which is a good thing because that allows the state board to make modifications as necessary. Unfortunately, that may mean the modifications of our regulations may be a little bit slower than some people may like, but I always tell the state board it is a slower process, but it is far more deliberative. And so we work very hard to avoid some kind of confusing language that happens sometimes. There have been a couple of amendments. In 2016, we created a local dispute resolution process that you all are probably familiar with. It is a procedure for parents to file complaints with the local school board. It requires school boards to have a complaint investigation procedure. And then there is the requirement of the local school board to provide a final written decision. They have to provide that to the parents as well as to the Kansas State Department of Education. They also have to publish their local dispute resolution process somewhere on a school district website. Another part that was added was the requirements for parental notification. One requirement is that you shall notify the parent on the same day as the alleged use of seclusion or restraint. You have to make at least 2 different attempts. And you shall provide written documentation no later than the school day following the alleged use of seclusion or restraint. So if something happens on a Friday, it's a holiday weekend where the school is closed on Monday, you must provide that written documentation at least by Tuesday. Email is acceptable as a form of a written documentation. It does not have to be an actual piece of paper that gets sent in the mail. In my understanding and my experience, it's almost always done by email, and that's fine. The requirements of the notification, you have to inform the date, time, type, length of time, and names of those involved, as well as the causes for why the emergency safety intervention was used and the efforts to de-escalate prior to that. It's a lot of information that has to be shared in a very short amount of time, but that is the requirement of the law that was adopted by the state board. There is also an exception that if law enforcement or a school resource officer has used seclusion or restraint, either on school grounds or during a school event, The school must notify them on the same day the school becomes aware of it. What does this mean? Let's say that for whatever reason, a child has to be restrained while watching a football game Friday night. That restraint occurs because a law enforcement officer places the child under arrest, or at least takes them into custody. Although the school is not required to provide written documentation of that event, if the school finds out about it Monday, or they find out about it over the weekend, then they need to at least make a phone call. I would suggest putting in a writing to the parent, letting them know that occurred. Now, you're talking about a Friday night arrest. I would hope that the parents know about it well before Monday morning. Regardless, there has to be an effort of the school to notify the parents. You are not required, or the school is not required to provide that written documentation. I put that in italics because there's no reason to not provide the written documentation. And many times if there's an issue of she said, he said, right? The school says they provide notification, the parent says, no, you didn't. It's very easy for the schools, if this becomes an issue, to prove, or at least provide some documentation that they had provided that notification if it's done in writing. So although the school is not required to provide the written documentation, it's probably a good idea to do it anyway. The administrative review process, this is where I come into the cases. There is a state board appointed hearing officer. We've had 2 of them in the agency ever since we created the hearing officer. Kelly Browers was formerly the hearing officer. She's no longer an attorney with the office, and now you're stuck with me. The reason why this is my office and not Bert's is candidly Bert's team is heavily involved in providing technical support for the schools. And in order for it to be a completely independent investigation, it made sense for my office to be the hearing officer in these cases, because candidly, there have been times that I have ruled and my predecessor ruled that the agency got it wrong, that our guidance just was not accurate, did not reflect the law. And so trying to, against, in the spirit of making sure that it is as independent investigation as possible, that's why I do them. I review the local decisions made by the school district, if one was made. Many times I will interview school district staff. I've always interviewed staff that I believe are involved. Always review the district policies to make sure they are in compliance with the regulations. And many times I will interview the parents. That's just part of what the investigation is. That doesn't have to be done in person. Many times it is not. If there is a situation where I need to talk to 3 or 4 staff members at a time, then I will probably visit the school, because it's just much easier. I try to make it as easy as possible for everybody, to where I'll drive to Wichita or Salina or wherever I need to go. And if there is an allegation of inappropriate seclusion, or just an allegation of seclusion, and maybe there was a violation of the regulation, then I would probably come on site to see the actual place where the seclusion took place. Not always, but sometimes, and I find that to be very helpful. It gives me a better context of where and why a child may or may not have been secluded in a particular spot. So that is that's how the administrative reviews happen. There are a few notable cases, and I know this is very repetitive for those of you that were in Wichita, and I apologize, but these are still the prevalent cases that I can think of that lead to some of the regulatory changes we've had. So the first case happened many, many years ago. I think it was actually the first one we ever had an administrative review of. There was a student that had issues with this particular paraprofessional for some time. I believe there was actually a policy, or there was agreement that this particular paraprofessional would not be involved with the particular student. For whatever reason, in one particular day, there was a disagreement over, I don't know, it was something on the paraprofessional's desk, I think. It's been a minute since I've read the case. Regardless, the child gets placed in a headlock by a paraprofessional to get him to stop doing whatever he was doing. The person acting as the parent was actually the older sister of the 16-year-old child. After 12 days, the parent files the formal complaint with the district. The district doesn't respond, doesn't say anything. 28 days later, they file a second formal complaint with the district because the school had still not provided any documentation or any actual notification. And here's the issue. Just because a parent may call you or text you about something happening, if it involves an allegation of seclusion or restraint, you have to take that extra step, putting it in writing and informing the parent of what had happened. And I would not rely on text messages. At the very least, send an email to include all that information. Look, that protects the schools as well as it protects the parents. That's why we have it in there. After 58 days, the parent finally files a request for administrative review. So after they send a request to my office asking for administrative review, the district finally responds 5 days later. They were, in a nutshell, the response from the school district was a little short. It says, well, we looked into it. It's a personnel matter. Thanks for sharing. We're not going to talk to you anymore about it, thinking that that would resolve the issue. No, it did not. Because here was the problem. The district never provided the appropriate documentation of what happened. The district response was not timely to the first complaint, and the policies were not good. They weren't published anywhere. The parent didn't know what to do or where to go, which is why, by the way, we now require all this information to be put on the website, hopefully in a way that parents can find it. Here's the thing. Well, we've taken it seriously. Thanks for sharing. You have to do more than that, right? If you really have taken this seriously and you've addressed it correctly, there should be no problem with the school district saying, here's exactly what had happened and here's how we are resolving it. That being said, probably half of the administrative reviews I've conducted, someone asks for an employee to be fired. And I know this is not new news for any of you all. I have absolutely no control. The state board has no control and the department has no control over employment decisions. If it becomes a licensure issue, and one of these has become a licensure issue, that's different. Then I look at that as a licensure issue. But as far as the employment matters, look, you can explain the rest of your investigation, and you can probably go so far as to say our staff acted appropriately or inappropriately. That's not the employment issue. That can still be shared with the parent. You just don't have to go so far as to say whether the person was reprimanded or disciplined or what happened to them as an employee. You don't have to share that. And in fact, I would not share that information with a parent. So that was one of the first cases. The second notable case was the issue of whether or not a physical escort counts as a physical restraint. This particular case led to a change in the language of the regulation. If a physical escort also meets the definition of a physical restraint, then it shall be treated and should be treated as a restraint. Those are the two original definitions of what a physical restraint and a physical escort mean. Those really have not changed, I don't believe, in several years. What's the difference between an escort and a restraint? And I know that you all have received training on this. If you are trying, or if you end up to where a child has some limitation in how they can move, it's a restraint. The temporary touching or holding the hand, wrist, shoulder, or back, that's like putting your hand behind someone and kind of maybe slowly pushing them forward. They say, okay, we're going to walk this direction. That, I don't think anyone has a problem with calling that a physical escort. If the child, or pardon me, the student has the physical ability to step away from you, even if you don't want them to, but they can take a few steps ahead of you, they can jump over to the left or the right. If they can do that, then they're not restrained. If they can't, regardless of how closely you're touching them, it's probably a physical restraint. Here is how the regulation was modified slightly as a result of this case, or shortly before the case. The following shall not be deemed an ESI, and the new language was if its use does not otherwise meet the definition of an emergency safety intervention. So if there's a tie, if you think it's a timeout, but it might also be a physical escort, it should be reported and shall be reported as a physical escort. This came about in a case from 2017. By the way, all of these cases are published on Bert's team's part of the website. So every single one of them is published in a redacted form. I have always encouraged schools to make sure they are up to date on those cases. They are deemed as binding and valid interpretations of the regulation. And so schools and everyone else, you need to be aware of what those rulings are so we don't have repeat mistakes. Anyway, 2017, staff had completed training in the CPI transport position. I'm not going to ask how many of you are familiar with CPI training. I believe it is probably the most popular or one of the most popular trainings in the state of Kansas, and it's fine. The issue was there's a CPI transport position, which at the time, this was the image that was used to describe it. It was a way of kind of interlocking the arms, which I won't try to recreate to myself because it didn't work. You can't do it on yourself. It's weird. But anyway, this is how it was trained. It was the idea of kind of locking the arms and shoving, basically pinching the student between two adults, sometimes one adult by themselves, to kind of get them to move one direction only. The student was not able to move to the left or the right. They were not able to stop. It was, you're going this way. Whether you like it or not, you're going to be going this way. That was trained as a transport, and it did not count as a restraint. The hearing officer in that case found that it actually was a form of restraint. Here's how it came about. There were other issues, other allegations of restraint and seclusion. The parent sought access to the video to see what had been going on with the student because there were a number of other concerns, right? Well, lo and behold, the parent watches the video and says, well, wait a minute, you didn't report, what you're doing to my child. And the school's position again was, well, it's not a restraint because the child could still move. They could still drop to their feet, apparently. Well, just because there is one way in which a child could move, or that the student was able to walk forward, you've still limited their ability to move. They're not completely free to move any way they want. So the finding in that case was that it meets the definition of an escort as well as a restraint. And that should have been reported as an emergency safety intervention. I think it's important to note, and I believe it was stated in this particular case, given the circumstances that led to the student being escorted and restrained, it was appropriate to do that. There was nothing wrong with the school using that technique. And I will tell you, in the cases I've reviewed, it's very rare that I or Kelly Browers found that it was an inappropriate use of seclusion or restraint. The issue was it was not reported as the use of a seclusion and restraint. And that's probably 90% of the issues that we've had with school districts not reporting things. I wanted to share that because I didn't want you to think, okay, well, then you're never allowed to do something because that counts as restraint. That's absolutely not true. If the emergency exists and the other circumstances exist, then it is completely lawful to use it. So that was the finding in that particular case. And I have actually had to share with school districts a few times, getting them to, or clarifying for them that you need to update your training and make sure that staff understand that CPI transport or anything similar to it, it's a restraint. Okay. Last notable case I think I have for you was in 2019. There was a child. The issue was the student was a very large student, male, banging his head on a table in a resource room. For whatever reason, the child was escalated by the time they got to the particular resource room. Staff did everything they could to try to de-escalate the student. They were trying to get him to speak. They followed all of their training. The issue was that the child was not going to de-escalate. It just wasn't going to happen. They gave him the choice. Well, you can either stop hitting your head on the table, or you need to go in the seclusion room because he's smacking his forehead on this table quite violently. The way that it was described by everybody was I believe it was a paraprofessional, had placed her hand between the table and the student's head to kind of soften the blow. I don't believe her hand was fractured, but it was certainly bruised and there was a lot of pain caused. Parents alleged that was a restraint. That's absolutely not a restraint. The SROs were called in because, again, this was a big student. The people that were there were not comfortable doing this by themselves. The decision was made, place him into the seclusion room, which was a very safe room. Again, none of that was a problem. I reviewed the district policy. They were still referring to that transport as a physical escort rather than restraint. So the finding was made that you needed to have reported that as restraint. Now here's the tough part. And this is why it was probably the most problematic part in this situation. Parents are called to be informed that the student has escalated. They've tried everything. You need to come up here and come get your child, basically. Parents show up. As the parents pull up in front of the school, child is being escorted by law enforcement. I believe he was in handcuffs to a cop car and then taken away. You can imagine the reactions that parents may have to find out that now their child has been, it looks like they are arrested, trying to find out what's going on. So there was a form that school district had used, and there are 3 of the questions there. And I don't have any problem with the form saying, giving the school an opportunity, describe the events that led up to the ESI, why was it necessary to use the emergency safety interventions, and what did you do to try to transition the student back into the educational setting? All things that are perfectly appropriate to provide as documentation to the parents. I think it certainly complied with the regulation. Here was the issue. This is the information that was shared with the parents immediately afterwards. Again, this is the documentation that had been provided. There had been phone conversations, right? There had been text messages between the parents and some of the administrators. But ultimately, when you're required to provide written documentation of everything that happened, writing down self-harm, worried about throwing a desk, and it's a police matter, it was the regulation doesn't specifically say, well, how much do you have to write? How much detail do you have to give? In this particular case, I found those 13 words not enough. Especially you have a student with some exceptionalities that are known. And the parents show up just as they're being escorted by the police. Again, if you've done everything appropriately, and up to that point, and throughout the entire thing, except for this, I found they did do everything appropriately. Please give the parents more information than this. If you've done everything that you're supposed to do correctly, that shouldn't be a problem. I get it, heat of the moment. The staff was kind of, I don't know if upset is the correct word, but it was a fairly traumatic incident, right? They did not want to call the police on the young man, but they didn't really have a choice. So, okay, this will be the last one. And really it's this case that led to the regulatory changes that we'll talk about here in a moment. There was another student, occasionally needed some alone time. And by alone time, I mean, it was getting dangerous and people had to be removed from the room. So the student, I don't know why I keep doing that. The student was left in the room. Everyone else was evacuated from the room, except for 1 or 2 adults that remained in the room with him. Well, prior to, or at the time of that particular case, this was the definition of a seclusion. The student had to be placed in an enclosed area by the personnel, and the student had to be purposefully isolated from adults and peers. And then they had to be prevented from leaving, and really the third part wasn't the issue. The issue from the hearing officer at that time was, in order for it to be seclusion, The law requires that the student would have been placed in an enclosed area, which was not the same thing as having removed everyone else from a classroom. And the second finding was that because there were still some adults in the room or in the enclosed area, which at that time was a room, the student had not been isolated from adults and peers. They had only been isolated from their peers. So if there's at least one other person in the room, it's not a seclusion. Some people did not like that. They thought that that was a loophole. My opinion has not changed on this. I was part of writing the regulations in the first place. I didn't make this finding, but I was aware of it when it was happening. I don't disagree at all with the finding of that case based on how the law was written. I honestly thought that was exactly what was intended by the regulations. State board disagrees. So the state board put together, as you're all aware, a committee trying to resolve this issue and redefining seclusion. It has been a long and painful process. I will tell you that that's true of any time we try to change the regulations. I think we want to say we started this in 2018 or 2019, trying to change the definition of regulation or of seclusion. It has not been easy. And I will not even pretend that the new language or the proposed language is easy to understand. I fully acknowledge that. So earlier this year, the Kansas State Board of Education approved the language I'm about to share with you to be submitted through the formal adoption process. Okay. What that means is we send it to the Department of Administration, and then we will send it on to the Attorney General's office. Then once that it makes it to those two offices and we work out the kinks, then there will be a public hearing period, 60 days before the State Board of Education has a formal hearing where everybody can come and talk about how much they love or they don't love the language. So as of today, this is not the law. Like if I was given a case to review, this would not be the language I'd be relying on because it's not formally adopted. It's not the law yet. But we think it's forthcoming. So we came up with this idea of an area of purposeful isolation means any separate space, regardless of any other use for that space. So even if it's normally used as a classroom, if it's regularly used as a storage area or side room, a resource room, doesn't matter. Any separate space other than an open hallway or similarly open environment. We do not define open hallway or similarly open environment. That's probably going to have to be decided on a case-by-case basis. Okay. And I will tell you, as the kid that I was always sent to go sit out in the hallway from time to time, that's why I put that in there, because I knew darn good and well there are teachers that still have kids like me. You need to go sit in the hallway for a while. So we want to leave that as, at the very least, as an option. Granted, there was a very little risk I was going to run away down the hallway, but I could have. So any separate space, regardless of any other use for it. We also come up with the phrase purposefully isolate. So if school personnel are not meaningfully engaged with the student to provide instruction, instruction is not defined. That's intentional. You're all teachers or you work with teachers. Again, that's going to be a case-by-case decision. Can you explain what instruction, what does meaningfully engaging mean? Well, you tell me, what does it mean? There's a difference between trying to work with a student, I believe, and either maybe it's just to de-escalate or working on behavior modification versus just standing at a doorway holding it shut. If you are just standing in a doorway holding it shut or blocking the child, or if you're kind of ignoring the child student and removing furniture from your room, which I know that happens as well, you are not meaningfully engaged to provide instruction at that point. Okay. And if any one of the following occurs, either you've removed the student from the learning environment, or you have separated the student from all or most peers and adults in the learning environment, right? That's the evacuation example. Or you have placed the student within that area of purposeful isolation, if you place the student there. So why do we use the language of removal and placement of the student? If the student goes there on their own, you have not placed them there. However, if you direct them and say, you are going to go sit in the resource room, that could be a verbal means of placing them in the room. I believe there's a really good argument that is a placement. So it is not limited to physically picking them up and putting them there. And then finally, we've modified the definition of seclusion. It means placement of a student for any reason other than in-school suspension or detention. So you can still have appropriate discipline or any other appropriate disciplinary measure in a location where both of them are met. School personnel purposely isolate the student, which again, that's what that definition is. Or the student is prevented from leaving, or the student has reason to believe that the student will be prevented from leaving the area of purposeful isolation. So, going back to my example, if you were to direct a student into a area of purposeful isolation, you need to go sit down, in the resource area. Unless you make it very, very clear to that student that they can leave that room when they want to, then you have prevented them from leaving. And you've certainly given them a reason to believe that they will be prevented from leaving that area. So there is a presumption that if you do, unless you make it very clear to them that they can leave, the assumption is they can't. Here's a few other extra additions to 42.2. When the student is placed in seclusion, the employee or a school employee must see and hear the student at all times. The old language was you must be able to visually observe and hear the student. And there's a slight difference between being able to see the person and actually watching the person. So that was clarified. The second point was clarified. Just because you have another person in that same area observing either inside or outside, that does not mean, oh, I don't have to report it. Doesn't count as seclusion. So there's no exception there. And this is the last thing that I already shared with you, that when a student is placed or otherwise directed to an area, they shall have reason to believe that the student is prevented from leaving. Okay. Yeah, it took way longer than it should have to come to those points, but it's where we're at on the language. Now, how do we get the message across to where the regulations are actually useful? I've been working with Bert and Brian's team, pardon me, to develop a kind of a training module that will be available on the KSDE website. What's going to be really nice is you can use this not only via the website, but also it's supposed to be friendly to use on the cell phone if you need it. The attempt is to go from using strict regulatory language to common language it's just easier to understand. It's probably not going to answer every single hypothetical scenario. Brian and his staff I basically gave it to their team and said, help me break this tool. Come up with as many different scenarios as you can think of and see if you think this module actually accurately reflects the law. We think that it has. Okay. The goal of this is not to be used in the heat of the moment. Okay, we have a student that's locked in the resource room. What do we do now? That's not what this is going to be. I always say that the whatabouts and the what ifs kill any kind of discussion on trying to decide if something, what the law means. And rather than sitting here for 30 more minutes answering, well, what if we do this to the student? Well, what if this happens? The goal is for you to work through this on your own. Use this for professional development, right, with your staff. Practice using this as much as you can. And by the way, just because you may have a perfect, according to this tool that Scott Gordon came up with, we don't have to report it. You're still going to be held accountable to whatever the regulation says. This is just our best effort to match what it says. Frankly, I've come up with as many scenarios as I can think of, and I've not found one that doesn't match right, but I'm also not, I don't do this work. I will tell you that yes, we do use a survey tool Qualtrics is the tool that I use to develop this. The only person that would ever have access to any of the answers would be me. I'm never going to look at them. It's just, I don't even know how to find answers, to be honest. It's an anonymous survey, so me looking at your answers wouldn't do any good anyway. It is designed to be used multiple times. You may have to reset or reload the website to do it. This is very important. You have certain reporting requirements. This tool that I'm about to share with you has nothing to do with the reporting requirements. It cannot be used, shall not be used to replace any of the reporting requirements that are imposed on the regulations. Eventually, probably very shortly after this, once we have some more feedback, I'm going to give this to Shanna and say, okay, you figure out how to publish and where to put it. I came up with the tool, you figure out how to publish it. The goal being that it's going to be accessible to everyone, just kind of as a training module. So if I've done this correctly, okay. Yeah, I'll get the, I can share the PowerPoints with you all later on if you want. If I can figure out how to do this, pardon me. I'm going to change the screen. Do you all see the same screen now, or do you have a question that popped up in front of you?
We have a question.
Perfect, good, then it worked. Thank you. So when you click on the link, it will eventually take you, and I'll probably put a fancy header page on here, but for now, this is when it starts. So, Trish, you had your microphone off first. I'm gonna ask you.
Careful, I work in a correctional setting, so I may have good situations for you.
Well, good. And keep in mind, this isn't a school, not necessarily a.
Well, I work in the school, okay. So we'll keep going.
So think of a scenario, and I probably should have told you this ahead of time I was going to do it. A scenario that may or may not be considered, or something you aren't sure would be considered seclusion, based on the regulations that I just shared with you. So,
okay,
you have that?
Yep, I have a student who's acted out and has become physical, and we ask them to leave the room and step in the hall and talk with us, but they won't go, so we remove the class.
Okay. Now, based on this, we're just going to go, and these are all yes or no questions. Mm-hmm. So how would you answer the first question?
Well, we didn't remove the school, or the student, but we removed the learning environment.
Okay. Well, again, one question at a time. Did you remove the student from the learning environment?
No.
Okay. Did you separate the student from all or most peers and adults in the learning environment?
Yes.
Okay. Was school personnel meaningfully engaged with the student?
Yes.
At all times?
Not providing direct instruction, but we were engaged.
But were you engaged to provide instruction?
No.
Then we're going to click no.
Mm-hmm.
Again, and some of these may seem like they're trick questions, but they're written this way on purpose. You were not meaningfully engaged. And again, this counts for, maybe at the beginning you were engaged in instruction, but at some point it just got to.
Yeah.
Okay. So no. Were they prevented from leaving the location to which they had been removed?
This is a tricky one for us because our students in our setting can't open the doors and let themselves out. But if they were needing to go out of the room, we would open the door for them.
Okay. In the situation, you were in a classroom or you were in a hallway?
Classroom.
Okay.
If they wanted to leave, we would open the door for them.
So you tell me, how do you want to answer this?
Well, the doors don't lock from where they're sitting. So if a kid wanted to just bust out of the room, they could. So let's say no.
Would someone have stepped in the way and prevented them from doing that?
We never step in the way and put ourselves in a situation.
Okay, so prevented from leaving? No.
No.
Did they have a reason to believe they could not leave?
No.
You never told them, there's not a general understood rule of you're not allowed to leave this room?
There is a general understood rule that if they touch the door and go out, that's a documented consequence, but.
Then I'm going to say
Trish, you might want to tell them where you work at.
Yeah, I work at the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex.
Right, yeah, no, I get it.
So that would be a yes, because there will be a consequence if they leave the room.
Then I'm going to say it's probably yes.
Okay.
Well, and this is Rocky. I have a question. Do you affirmatively tell the student in real time, you can leave the room whenever you want, or is that silent or not consistent?
We never tell them they can leave the room, because if they leave the room, they will get in trouble. So we tell them, I mean, they don't usually ask to leave the room. If the audience has been removed, they stay until we open a door for them, and they're usually calming down and de-escalating, so they wouldn't try to leave the room.
Got it.
And Rocky, you're getting to the next part of this. Jump.
Yeah.
Do they have reason to believe they could not leave their location? Well, for now we're going to say yes, but if you'd said no, there was a follow-up question very similar to Rocky's point. At the time, were they subject to, were they in school suspension? Were they in detention?
No.
According to this, they were probably subject to seclusion. Is that what you thought it was going to go?
I would think that it is, because they're secluded from their peers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's really how the module goes. It's yes or no. You walk through the series of, and then it just says, if you've got any other questions, don't call me.
Call Shanna Bigler.
Yeah, that's right.
Scott, Marvin Miller here. Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, so thanks for developing this little tool. I think it goes straight through the law things. This is still very ambiguous for the teacher in the classroom, I think, because it doesn't reflect what classrooms. I know back at the summer leadership conference, you went ahead and presented some scenarios, which I don't think you did today. And one of the scenarios you presented then involved what I think was what many of us teachers would consider timeout. We know what seclusion is. We're fine with the evacuation. We're fine with seclusion rooms. But occasionally students will just need to take a 5-minute timeout at a beanbag chair in a corner of a room. And then as soon as they've de-escalated themselves, they're still sometimes they'll even answer questions from that point. They'll move back to their desk. Sometimes that spot might be a foot away from their desk. And I wanted to clarify, because there's some questions and concerns this summer, is going to a timeout spot in a room, because almost all of us have timeout spots now, is that seclusion? And it seemed like the answer back in the summer was it might be. And so I wanted to clarify that, because I know there's an exception in here for timeouts. Is that correct?
There is a definition of timeout. There's not necessarily an exception for timeout. So you have a scenario in mind. Let's go through the module again. Would that be fair?
Yeah, yes, but can we use the scenario? Do you have the scenario that you presented this summer?
I don't remember which one.
I know you had several of them.
Sorry.
Okay, but like I said, if we go through this, that's where the definitions get mushy, because if I ask, hey, I think you need to take a timeout now, am I directing them to take a timeout? Am I telling them they have to go to a certain spot if that's established in our class rules at the beginning of the year? That's when you're inside the classroom, those are the questions that teachers are going to have.
Okay.
Well, to layer on top of that, Bert put something in the chat. Is it written into the student's IEP for a timeout? And because of where I work, timeout is something totally different than what you're talking about, because by definition. But if I ask a kid on my IEPs, I write that they have remove, calm, reconnect, and then return, so that we're teaching them to self-regulate.
Now, we don't put that on every single IEP, because that's a universal design. Every student in the school gets this, not just special ed students. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if it is part of your school structure or culture, as opposed to individuals who need it documented for self-regulation on their IEP. Either way, Mr. Gordon, how does that fall into our little click list here?
Again, you tell me.
And Leslie just made a good question, and this will also come up. We don't see that as an emergency. many of us teachers, because this may happen every few days or whatever, or a bad day. You know, something stressful happens. It could be some kids more than often. That if it's not an emergency because we're normal to this, and the kid recollects after 3 or 4 minutes, comes back answering questions, we don't consider that an emergency, so we don't even think about going to the ESI regs.
Okay, let
Now,
me
if
stop you there on a
someone's
second. Let me stop
okay,
you there.
go
on-
ahead.
Because I honestly think that's a misnomer on how to determine if you're in compliance with the law. Whether it's an emergency or not, the only thing that impacts is whether or not it's lawful to use the technique. If you are putting a child in restraint or seclusion, or what you're doing qualifies as seclusion, and it's not based on an emergency, then I don't care how perfectly you put the child in seclusion. If it's not an emergency situation, it's not appropriate. That, by the way, is the risk of you writing things like this into your IEPs. But again, IEP world is not my world. I don't pretend to. I have to defer to Burton.
Yeah, and Scott, I you know, Rocky, I know we've been part of this for 8, 9 years and stuff, and we had discussion about what was an emergency and what wasn't quite a bit back in those early days. Frankly, if it's not an emergency and I'm grabbing a student, no matter who I am, no matter who the kid is, I shouldn't be putting my hands on a kid, period. There's plenty of stuff that I can get in trouble for and should be reported and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, and so this is where a lot of us in the field have gone, it's an emergency when a kid gets super upset, things start going, and we have to evacuate the class, or he's about to have harm to himself or to others. And we have all those other things that we're thinking about. On a normal day when a kid's just having a rough day, we don't consider that an emergency. So we don't think a timeout spot, you know, I don't think a timeout spot is seclusion when, you know, go sit in the beanbag chair. So Rocky,
Scott,
can you help me out?
could we use Marvin's example and go through this form so that he can see what that outcome would be?
That's what I was. Thank you, Bert. That's what I was going to suggest. Was let's walk through. That's exactly why I built this, or we built this, Marvin, for your scenario, because I will tell you that has been the biggest, maybe not the biggest. I think Rocky would agree with me on this. That was kind of a sticking point. Like, at what point do we end up outlawing timeout? And I don't think that was the intention, but okay. Well, your timeout example, Marvin, I'll let you answer the questions.
Yeah, in my example, with the
first question,
I would say no.
Okay.
Because they still have the opportunity to be engaged if they want to.
Now, did you separate the student?
I don't think so, but based off some of the scenarios you threw out this summer, a beanbag chair in a corner was separating somebody. So I don't think so.
You're saying no.
So I would say no.
I would say no too. And by the way, I guess this is Rocky. Even if something is considered seclusion, it would not, quote unquote, outlaw timeout. The question is, does what you did meet the definition of seclusion? Then you report it. No one's outlawing anything. I want to be clear on that.
Yeah, I agree with that, Rocky.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be, you know, if I'm told I need to document every time someone takes a timeout, I will do that. I just want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So
this is Mike. I mean, and the other big issue that we hear from parents is, you know, they find out after the fact something has been going on for a long time and weren't ever notified. And then and the proper things weren't being done to prevent that from happening, whether that's training, whether that's changes working with the student. You know, those are the two big things that we've come across often where it ends up being a bad situation.
And
all what
Mike,
you're
you're right.
describing, Marvin.
It's all about communication, parents, always, yes.
Going back to if we could,
I would say no, because it's my open room. I mean, if I had a closet and stuck them in a closet, yeah, and I shouldn't do that. But
well, then according to this, that's probably not seclusion. So
And
your timeout's fine.
like I said, I like this training module, but I do want there to be something that kind of helps teachers distinguish what is a timeout. And I know that's a gray area. And I know something can start out as a timeout and turn into seclusion very easily too.
Mhm.
So, Rocky or Mike, can you, am I on the right, headed the right direction, or
Yeah,
I don't want to get it to the, I don't want people not to report. I'd rather people report as much as they can.
Understood. This is Rocky. Yeah, I mean, I think what you're bringing up, Marvin, is an important issue, which is, you know, when this does become the regulation, it's not currently, as Scott has said, then yeah, there'll have to be training and technical assistance, and you know, TASN and everyone will be involved. And I mean, I've always had very high regard for all the different training and technical assistance folks in that regard.
I think one of the problems, Marvin, that I've heard about is when the student is removed from the classroom. So the student's timeout is outside of that classroom and they're sent somewhere else for their timeout.
Okay. And I can understand that. So my question is then, if a student is sent to the principal's office, is that a timeout or is that seclusion?
According to the language earlier, if it's discipline, it's not.
Okay. So, and then we have this, you know, as a young student, I was sat outside my 6th grade room door a couple times myself in a chair.
6th grade was rough. Okay. Because that's when I got in the most trouble too. By the way, those of you that were in Wichita that you wondered what happened to Box Boy, I was Box Boy. Anyway, that's a whole other story that I don't need to repeat.
And so I like the idea. Okay, we have lots of, you know, because some of our classrooms are crowded, so you just sit in the hallway and whatnot. So that I feel is an appropriate timeout. But if you're and if you're so, and that's where it's going to get tricky though, Bert, because discipline, at what point are you disciplining them? I mean, we have some horror stories of where we disciplined kids years ago by putting them in boxes. So
as I said in Wichita, don't do that. So anyway, yes, and Marvin, I completely understand and agree that you've got lots of scenarios. I know this is going to be difficult for staff. The goal was to clarify some issues that had come up in our cases that maybe we didn't anticipate. I cannot predict and anticipate every single scenario, and we can't put guidance on every single scenario. What happens is you end up outlawing everything, and I don't think that's what everybody wants.
And I do know, Scott, and I thank you for doing all this. It was 2019, January 2019, when we started working on this process. It's been that long already. Yeah. And I think in one of our, right before we shut down for COVID, I think SEAC did request that as we get these things, that we work with the State Department and develop some guidance to help the people in the field. This is a good tool as a start. But I do think teachers want, and I think they need a little bit more, what it can look like, what it shouldn't be. Document as much as you can, communicate as you can. But I'm afraid, my concern is that if people go, oh, this is too much, they'll just stop doing it, and that's going to be worse. So I do want us to figure out how we can put together, working with Rocky and Mike, some sort of guidance document that we can train on, because this is not covered in the MANT training or the CPI training.
I know Shanna is really looking forward to putting together lots of guidance documents for you all. My role in this was get the regs done in a manner that was usable, which I think we've done. Rocky and Mike were certainly a big part of that process as well. And yeah, and because I know the regulatory language is just messy, that's why we created the survey tool to be used for you and anybody else that's providing the training, to see if it works out. Final notes, because I've now taken up a 3 minutes longer than I was supposed to. I've always said, and Marvin, this goes to your point, there needs to be more communication and there needs to be more disclosure. Again, if there are findings that are consistent with any of the cases we've had, there's only been like 12, maybe 13 by now, that have gotten to my level, it's because schools are not disclosing the way they should. And that's what upsets the parents at least as much as the use of the restraint. I hear that consistently. It's like, I understand why they needed to do it. I just wish they would have told me so that I knew why my child was coming home in tears and feeling like they've, like they can't do anything, because it doesn't help the parents out to not know exactly what was going on. And I've pointed this out several times in rulings. They may not like it. I know they don't like it. I've been told, and I don't care. Here's the benefit. You all that work for school districts and education systems, you get the benefit of these trainings. Parents don't. Parents many times have no idea how to get this issue resolved. And so unless the schools make it very clear, if you don't like what we've done, these are the exact steps you go through. And these are the deadlines, and this is who you mail complaints to. Like, nobody wants to put a big billboard. If you don't like me, call this number. Nobody wants that. Trust me, if I could hide my own phone number, I would, but I'm not allowed to. But do it anyway, because worst case scenario, you disclose something that you didn't have to disclose. Well, you're not going to get in trouble for that, for over disclosure. I don't think that will ever happen. And the last thing that I'd point out, many times you'll have an investigation either by the attorney district or the attorney for the school district or a superintendent or human resources, and that's the final result. I don't believe that's the intention of the regulation. The intent of the regulation is that the local board is aware of what the schools have done. And I will tell you, in my experience in dealing with licensure matters, because I investigate the misconduct allegations of the bad teachers, it does not go very well for a teacher if a school district finds out that the teacher is being investigated by my office, if they find out from me and the teacher never said anything about it. I think the same thing goes here. Local school boards don't like hearing about, wait, we were investigated for an allegation of inappropriately restraining a child and no one told me. It's not a good look. And so I really think those are decisions that, and you can discuss those issues in executive session because you are discussing identifiable students. And if you have your attorneys present, it could be attorney-client privilege, I believe. Talk to your attorneys about it, but that's the approach I would take. You can discuss the issues specifically in executive session and then come out in the middle of the meeting or at the end of the meeting and saying, well, here's how we're voting. We approve. This is our final result that we're going to share with the world without naming anybody. And I think if you do that, you're going to be far more in compliance than just having a director of HR write up a report that says, yeah, we got it, we're good. If you have any questions, out of force of habit, I put my own name and email on there. Candidly, if you want some more of the specifics, talk to Shanna, and then Shanna and I'll work it out.
Okay,
And
Scott,
Brian
I
and everybody
know
else.
that you're wrapping up here. Lena has had her hand up and Leslie has
I'm
her.
sorry.
No, that's okay. You're wrapping up. So Leslie has a hand up, Lena has a hand up, and then in the chat, we had a question from Jennifer. So I don't know, Leslie, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you. So I'm kind of sitting here feeling, I'm going to be honest with y'all, some frustration. I don't know whether to be befuddled or offended, quite frankly, because Families Together as the Parent Training Information Center has been intimately involved in this topic and for many years. Just like someone mentioned, I think Marvin mentioned DRC's work for over a decade. Well, Families Together was part of that for all that time. We've provided information to KSDE. We have provided updates to SEAC all along. I'm just now hearing about this. And so I don't know, it just seems like an oversight that the PTI has not been involved at all in the conversations about the new definitions or whatnot. I just had to put that out there because, again, I appreciate, the information. I'm not, but I just want it noted that literally first time I'm hearing about it, other than Darla coming back after the leadership conference and talking about some of the new definition stuff. So that's all I got right now.
Marvin here, can I respond to that?
Sure.
Leslie, I actually had the minutes. It surprised me too. It's part of the, it all happened during COVID, and we actually had SEAC minutes on it, I think in July 2019. And a separate task force or separate group was made at that time. And then because of COVID and everything, it fell off everybody's radar. So until it popped up last month, I'd missed it too. I don't think it was any oversight, but it is also involved. I think Laura Jurgensen had taken it, and there's been some turnover there. And so I think during COVID times, it fell through the cracks until we caught it again the other day. But we had actually voted on it and sent the resolution to Scott's group back in July of 2019.
Yeah, I can't go back there right now and think where I was, or, I'm just saying, again, we've been real involved in this. So regardless, all the names that you name know that Families Together worked really hard on this topic. And we all know that it's mostly kids with disabilities that we're talking about when it comes to emergency safety interventions, even though I know it's not only for kids, not only talking about kids with disabilities, but when you look at the high number. But anyway, that's all. I just wanted to note it, and we can move on as far as I go.
Okay, thank you, Leslie, for your comment, and I'm sure that it has been noted in our meeting notes. Lena, did you still have a question that we haven't addressed yet?
Kind of question, kind of comment, just coming from the school administrative side of things, that I think there's whether it's KSDE or, at some point we need a little bit of guidance on what separate means, because when I look at the definition of a separate location, and then those questions say, were they separated from the learning environment? I think people perceive that differently. I look at, especially our early childhood programs, Head Start, that focuses on conscious discipline, and they have safe places in the classroom. And those kiddos, that's what we train them to do. If you're not safe right now playing with your peers, let's take a little break over in the designated safe place. But that's in the classroom. And is that that's not a timeout, and that's a safe environment, but is it separate? And so I think having some just validation of what is separate and what isn't is going to be important. And then my second piece is this definition of purposeful isolation. Is that something that we're also going to be asked to track and document, or are we still just being asked on those ESI reports to document if it's seclusion?
Just if it's seclusion.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, again, I know I may be relying on this tool too much. Maybe I give it too much credit. The points that you all have brought up, the examples, sorry, I'm looking back over at the chat. I know somebody had thrown, Jennifer, you put an example in there. And Shanna, I agree with what she says. If you go through that tool, and yes, the idea of whether it's separate or not, that's going to be a case-by-case basis of what's considered to be separate. But it also depends, how does the student get there? And why are they there? And what's going on once they're there? Probably matters more so than whether or not we call it a separate space or not. If it's a sensory room where the student goes there on their own, and there's still learning going on, and then they come out on their own, no, that's probably not going to be a seclusion. It's just, but I think your point is well taken. And I think that's something that Shanna may work on. Rocky, I saw you come unmute, and Sorry, I probably stepped on you.
No, not at all. I was just going to mention that my understanding is that back when Laura Jurgensen had worked on this, there were actually some special ed directors who had provided some counsel to her that they were concerned about making certain that the definition was such that if something was seclusion, making certain that it was reported as such, because many of those directors were really concerned that some schools were not reporting things as seclusion when they were, and that brings down the whole educational system. And there's, you know, from these directors' perspectives, and there was also SPED teachers and others, from their perspective, what is more damaging is to have something that is, you know, barely seclusion or right there on the line, not be reported to a parent, because then the parent is furious. You know, why didn't I know about this? Why wasn't I involved? And it just goes completely downhill from there. So I know some of those school experts had examples of not their schools, but other schools who had used some techniques and tactics. And so I think what Scott's done here is he's taken that information that Laura put together, because she had put together a document that spelled out, well, not in legalese, not in regulation language, but in plain words, what the goals were. And I think Scott's done a good job, an excellent job of trying to write regulations that deal with that ensure that if something is seclusion or right on the line, that the parent's informed about that. And informing the parent about that is not, it's not outlawing seclusion. It's not a bad thing. Information is great, because then the parent knows about it and the school can have conversations with the parent as to what happened and why it happened. And 99.9% of the time, what happened and why it happened is completely appropriate. And parents are going to see that and understand that. Where we get crosswise and where the system breaks down is if parents aren't informed that something happened. And then all hell breaks loose. And the system breaks down, and you're starting off on a direction of lack of trust, and it just creates real issues. So, I mean, I know that was some of the feedback Laura had gotten from SPED directors and special ed teachers and others, is to just ensure that in the new regulations that the language is such that you're involving and engaging parents. Because if you report the incident to a parent, that's just the beginning of the conversation. It doesn't mean anything inappropriate has happened. It doesn't mean that what has happened has been a breakdown or that anyone's getting in trouble. It just means that you've reported that incident to the parent, and then you can have further discussions from there.
Thank you so much, Rocky. I appreciate your comments. And I know that we have had some really robust conversation on this topic, and I think that there's still a lot to discuss. Bert, would there be a reason to put a subcommittee together to look at coming up with a best practice guidance document on how to address the questions that we've talked about here?
I believe that Shanna will be working on that. So
Yeah,
Shanna will reach out to some of you. Go ahead, Shanna.
I was just literally putting in the chat that I'm working on the revised guidance document right now. And once that's approved, I'll get it out to everyone, and we'll post it on the website, disseminate the tool and all of that, and get some feedback. And then I'll start a Q&A page with a link as well on that webpage, so that you know, common questions that come up, we can kind of brainstorm together on those.
Wonderful. I know there's so many individual situations that can arise with this topic, and we want to treat every kid individually, but I think best practices and guidance documents to kind of go by in a place where we can have a platform to ask questions and get some answers is going to be very important.
Correct.
bring
And
it
I am
back in.
always available for anyone to call. I'm totally willing to brainstorm through. I've been an administrator, I've been a teacher, so I understand those very real scenarios and how tricky sometimes they can be to interpret, especially when you're the one facilitating it and implementing it. The reporting won't change. The only thing I also wanted to add in, I hope Scott's okay with this, but it's just that I already opened the reporting period. It's already been open. So if there's incidents that are happening, people can go ahead and report those in the kiosk system and live time versus having to keep track of everything and wait and do it all at the end of the semester each time. So I'm hoping that that will also make things a little easier for folks.
I was going to say, Trish, we can bring this back in November. And if Shanna has a draft or has any information, we can look it over and decide from there what we want to do.
I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. We're in a different spot now where at 11 o'clock, we were going to hear from Shane Carter, and we've kind of adjusted the schedule a little bit here, but I'm wondering if Shane is ready and would he need more than 20 minutes, because I don't want to cut his information short and we have lunch scheduled at noon.
Hey, Trish, if you can hear me, 20 minutes, I will go as fast as I can. I've spoken with a few different groups this week in regards to some licensure stuff, and I kind of took it for granted about what people knew or didn't know. So this is pretty basic stuff that I'm going to cover, but I wanted to leave time to discuss with the group some licensing options in the future, because I do have a letter I received a couple months ago about some issues with low incidence special education. So I wanted to get some feedback from the group on that, so I can take that to our professional standards board as well. So I will do my best to quickly run through some items, but if at any point we feel that what I'm discussing is, everybody already knows it and they want to move on to other topics, I'll pick it up and move, and then we can have that discussion. Okay.
If you would like, we could have your presentation now, and then after lunch, open it up for discussion if you have time.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you don't feel rushed.
Whatever works for you all. I'm here to support you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and try to attempt to share my screen now. I had my fourth screen open earlier, so I always have trouble. So bear with me. It'll take me just a moment. Okay, you should see a PowerPoint, yes? That I just ran through real quick, I hope. All right, excellent. All right, so this will be your quick licensure update. All right, so a few things I like to cover is always, when we get to group together is go over the different license options, because we do add different programs, and here lately there have been different licenses that have shown up that the word may not have been out to the group that are available out there. So we'll go ahead and go over, I'm not going to cover, professional standard, all that right now. Licenses, those are pretty standard, and we there's not really too much detail to go into, but I want to remind folks about licenses we have available for deficiencies, and then I'll go into some of our non-traditional routes as well and do reminders on that. So number one, the non-renewable license, which you may see on the license when it's printed as the TN license. That's a license that's available to an individual that is deficient, meets all the requirements for a license except for testing. So they may be deficient, their PLT, their content test, or both. But this license allows one to practice while working to get those tests passed. And then once they pass their test, they apply and they upgrade it to the initial license. This license is available for both in-state program completers or individuals that have completed out-of-state programs and are moving into the state of Kansas. The transitional license, also known as the trans, always like to distinguish between the temporary non-renewable, the transitional, and the provisional, because the terms are sometimes used to describe the other license. So that way we specify and we have clarity on which license is which. So that transitional license, it's available for individuals that well, there's two different reasons why it would be issued. One, we'll cover the out of state first. So an individual comes from out of state, we review their application and we determine that they're deficient recency. And recency is defined as 8 college credit hours completed in the last 6 years and or 1 year of accredited experience completed in the last 6 years. So an individual may have taught for 20 years, been retired for 10, comes in to get a license for Kansas. They would meet the requirements for a professional license, but they don't meet recency. We would issue them a transitional license that allows them to get their year of accredited experience. Once they get that, we upgrade them to the professional license. It has an initial license track, but at the end of the day, if an individual is deficient testing and recency, they won't be able to qualify for the non-renewable nor the transitional. They must meet one of those requirements to qualify for one of the licenses. Transitional license also available for in-state folks. If an individual has an expired previous Kansas license and it's been expired 6 months, then they can apply for a transitional license that allows them to teach while working on meeting a renewal requirement and getting back into the classroom. Once there is a change based on the state board's recommendation or approval back in June, the provisional license for retired educators for a retired CAPERS educator, their license doesn't necessarily have to be expired, but if it's going to come up for expiration during the 2022-2023 school year, or it's been expired less than 6 months, it doesn't matter. They can apply for the transitional license. They don't need to pay an application processing fee, and they can qualify for that transitional license to allow them to teach during the 22-23 school year. If their license was expired, they will need to complete a fingerprint background check and pay for that service, which is $50 through our office. But the application is free and the license will be available to them. The provisional license, there's provisional for both teaching licenses and school specialist licenses. School counselors, reading specialists, are available to qualify for, and library media specialists for the provisional license. We do not have a provisional license available for school psychologists, but we do teaching. So the requirements, 50% of a program is completed, or for you all, the SPED community, the requirement is the completion of 3 courses, the methods course, characteristics course, and the practicum course. And once that's achieved, then an individual can qualify for that provisional license. It's a 2-year license. It's always tied to another standard license, whether it is an initial or professional, or it could be a TN transitional, or it could be a transitional, not necessarily a TN, but a transitional to qualify for that license. It can be renewed once, so an individual can be on a provisional for up to 4 years. Interim alternatives. So you have those individuals that come from out of state. They may have, the most common that we run into as an individual is in Missouri. They're able to add either early childhood special education or mild to moderate disability special education to their license by testing. In Kansas, we don't offer those endorsements by testing at this time. So they come in, we send them through our licensure review committee to review their experience, any other training they may have had, professional development, et cetera. While they're going through this process, an interim alternative license is issued. They're allowed to teach just like any other teacher in that area that's on that endorsement that is listed on that license. So anytime you see interim alternative, it's a license. They can serve in that position. You do not need to submit a waiver or anything else if they're teaching in that endorsement area that's on their license. Once that license is complete, the licensure review committee will make a recommendation. It may require the individual to come to a personal appearance and provide some additional information. But at the end of the day, once the full process is complete, those licenses go through the state board for approval for whatever recommendation the LRC made. And then we finish processing them and issuing you whatever type of license the license review committee recommended. Waivers. So important for you now, waivers are open. So please, if you have waivers you need to submit, log in, submit waivers through Form 16. I would like to say we just implemented an automated process as far as the waiver letters that are submitted back. So the time that you receive your letters, it should be turned back to you quicker. So after the state board makes their recommendation, that following morning or afternoon, we can issue those and quickly, and you'll get an email. In the past, we used to do a snail mail to you. That's really slow and time consuming. You'll now receive an email with that information, whoever that point of contact is. Waivers, you can be on the waiver for up to 3 years. And we do recommend As soon as an educator can qualify for a provisional license, please do so, because in the long run, it's going to benefit them, especially if they're on an initial license. From a mentoring perspective, it allows them to get to the professional license a little quicker. All right. Non-traditional licenses. The restricted, I'm not going to go into much detail because that's in secondary content, and you all are more concerned with anything that's related to special education. So we'll go ahead and jump down to the limited apprentice. Right now, currently, the only endorsement we have is the high incidence. And there's the requirement for a year of experience as a special education para. We have been exempting that special education para experience if an individual has served for a year as a substitute teacher based on the recommendation or the board approval of the waiving the number of days that an individual can serve on a substitute license. This allowed some folks to serve in that substitute position. And if they were serving in that SPED position, we would allow that experience to count to enroll in this program. Individuals have to have a bachelor's degree and then get enrolled in that program. We do have other universities that are submitting applications to start limited apprentice license programs. So there are, currently there's quite a few that offer it, but the number continues to increase. On a letter that I received from, I believe it was from the committee, there's talk about wanting to initiate a low incidence limited apprentice license. For me personally, I'm all for that. However, there's other individuals that have to weigh in, mainly, individuals that provide that limited apprentice, provide that low incidence program. They have to determine if that works for their university, if they have enough enrollment in order to justify it as a program. But potentially, a university, for instance, could submit an innovative application through our ERC to start that type of program. So it is possible if it can gain support. So if you're interested in this, you may want to speak with your higher ed partner if you have one and see if they're interested in starting a program. The Limited Elementary Apprentice Program, LEAP. This is a new license. K-State started a program over the summer. Now it is for elementary K to 6. I wanted to bring it to this group just so you're aware of it, since this is our third limited license, a license with the limited title that people tend to get them confused between the limited apprentice license, the LTAP, and now we'll throw the LEAP in there. But the LEAP is for general content elementary K to 6. Very similar to the restricted and limited apprentice requires a bachelor's degree. The individual gets enrolled into the program, gets hired, can start teaching on the limited apprentice license while they finish their program. The LTAP program, the limited teacher apprentice program, which is only offered through Wichita State at this time. And I do need to back up. So that limited, the LEAP license, there are 3 additional universities that are applying for innovative programs to start a LEAP program as well. So it's gaining some momentum. The LTAP offered by Wichita State only. It's available for elementary K to 6, early childhood unified, birth to grade 3. There's 2 tracks, a bachelor's degree and a non-bachelor's degree. There has been discussion about ending the non-bachelor's degree track. So in the future, that may go away and there would just be a bachelor's degree track. And yeah, this wouldn't pertain to you as far as CT specialized. Endorsement types, just real quickly for special education, what you should look for are early childhood unified, birth to kindergarten, birth to grade 3 are available. It allows one to teach, well, I'll get into it in the next slides, but early education unified, K to 6, and eventually our regs, a quick update on our regulations last week. We did get notified by the Attorney General that there were like 3 corrections, minor corrections, basically 2 deletion of 2 words, and then adding a quick definition for early childhood unified. And that's all that was remaining to get our regs updated, ready for approval. So hopefully in the very near future, those will be pushed on through and we can get those closed out because it's been a 5-year process. Elementary unified we covered, secondary education unified, that's also part of this reg update, but there are no programs offered in Kansas, and there probably will not be a program offered in Kansas, but the endorsement does exist. Early childhood unified, it's issued birth to K or birth to grade 3. Just a reminder, the individual can teach general ed, provide high incidence and low incidence special education services at those specific levels that are listed on that license. Testing requirements, there hasn't been a change for the birth to K, but the birth to grade 3, if you have individuals that possibly are serving on a TN license, I just want to make you all aware of the situation. The special education test changed as of September 1st, 2022. So test code that you see on there, 5691, that I list as old test, that has gone away, and there's a regenerated test, 5692. However, ETS did make a mistake whenever they posted our tests, and they stated that the 5691 test would be available through August 31st of 2023. So we will honor that, since that communication has already been pushed out by ETS. So if your educators have an issue, they take the 5691 test, let's say October 1st, we're going to accept that. We're not going to make them take the other test. Yeah, so other than, the Wichita State, I think we're all pretty familiar with this particular license at this time, so I won't go into further detail on this. Elementary education unified, kind of same thing. Elementary K to 6, general content, provide high incidence and low incidence support services to those individuals at that K to 6 level. Their specific tests, their tests are remaining the same. However, next year, all of our special education tests, for the most part, will be regenerating and new tests will be adopted. One other quick thing I wanted to cover with you, there's going to be a lot of talk, and you may have heard discussion about apprenticeship programs. So part of our recruit and retention meetings that we've had over the summer, apprenticeship has been a big topic that we're discussing, and starting a true federally registered apprenticeship program in the state of Kansas. So I'm going to take a moment and kind of go into the apprenticeship real quick for you all, and I'll do my best to be real quick. I think I have 6 minutes left. And if we have more important stuff we want to discuss, I can hold off on this apprenticeship. I'll have, like 2 seconds. Okay.
Well, Shane, I believe we can go a little bit later and then start lunch later. I do see that there's a couple comments in the chat. So whenever you have a minute, jump over to those, but just whatever your flow is here, would you just keep it up? You're doing great.
Okay. And I do apologize if I'm talking too fast, but I'm up against the wall for time, so I'm flying through. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the apprenticeship. So based on a couple of slides you've seen as part of this presentation, we've used the term apprenticeship. I want to clarify that what I'm talking about to talk about is not those particular licenses. Now, those license programs could eventually feed into a federally registered apprenticeship program, but at this time, they are not. So in order for an apprenticeship program to exist, there's federal requirements. One, there has to be structured on-the-job learning, at least 2,000 hours annually. There has to be some type of job-related education. Now, for us in the teaching profession, we have to put that track to bachelor's or master's degree, but other career and technical ed fields, it may be something different. Wage progression. So if this program starts, there has to be a wage progression. I'll use 2 states, for instance, Tennessee and Iowa. Tennessee was kind of at the forefront of this. They basically got, they're basically the ones that requested and got the approval from Department of Labor that teaching would become a registered apprenticeship. So they're definitely at the forefront. Whenever they had individuals going through their programs, they structured their wage progression starting at like $14.20 every semester. It would continue to grow for 3 years, where it topped out. I want to say somewhere around $17. Iowa has just recently announced that they've started an apprenticeship. They call their Tennessee called their progression teaching assistants. Iowa, for their track, they're using them as paras, and then basically they start their payout at $12, and then it has to increase every year that they're part of the program. There's also mentorship required, not a big deal. In Kansas, we already offer mentorship at many different levels for many different reasons, but mentorship will be incorporated into that, and there would also need to be a valued credential. All right, a couple of administrative requirements to qualify. So there has to be an application that's submitted. There have to be roles that are designated. The terms that you'll hear with an apprenticeship are sponsor and intermediary. Sponsor, just think W-2. That's the individual that's paying. And then, by default, in many cases, that's going to be that school district that's going to be paying that individual. So, or co-op, interlocal, whatever the case may be. So you would be in this apprenticeship program, the sponsor. Intermediary, that's whoever's going to manage the program. So our goal is to have KSDE manage the program so we can consolidate our resources and find avenues that best benefit the state as far as getting after the educator shortage. additional sponsors. EPPs would be an example of an additional sponsor because they're offering that particular program. So if we were to do this, there'd have to be wage progression that's set, whatever that wage is going to be, tighten up, clarify our mentorship program and have that value credential as well as a way to sustain the program. So some decision points, discussion points that we have, you know, who's going to be impacted. And this is the, you know, what's important to you all is the fact that, you know, special education is our highest need area as far as vacancies. So whatever we do, whatever apprenticeship we're trying to push, there will be a special ed component. Now, is it going to be high instance, low instance, gifted? You know, I don't know that we have to have those discussions with higher ed, which we were later today. Originally, I was scheduled to meet with K board to kind of, you know, go through some of this, but we had to push that. It's been canceled. But here in the next week, we'll have that discussion and kind of move forward on our planning product. Then we also have to designate our roles. How does KSDE fit in? The districts, co-ops, interlocals, the universities, community colleges, just the whole education community in general. How do we set this up so it benefits, you know, the most amount of folks? And, you know, kind of some ongoing work that we had. Like I said, it was going to be with K-Bor. It's been pushed. That was supposed to be today. It'll be next week. Tomorrow I'm meeting with Capcoat. That's the privates K-Bor, basically the privates K-Bor organization, if you will, is the easy way to put it. We've got a working group that's established. It has, you know, 20 something folks on it. We're adding more people. So if it is some work that you're interested in, if you would like to participate, please feel free to send me an email and I'll get you added to the list. And then go through some pilot programs and everything else before. The main thing is that we have a structured program that is, you know, set in place that, you know, meets the needs of our state. Anyway, that's it. A couple other announcements, vacancy reports, since we're talking about shortages. If, you know, if you're speaking with your districts, co-ops, interlocals, or anyone, just a reminder that that vacancy report is due September 26th, and then we'll have that information set up and reviewed and then presented to the state board in October. So if you are interested in how the state sits with those special education vacancies. All right, that is basically the end of the presentation I had for you. So we can go into the discussion piece. And for some reason, I can't find my chat. Let me stop.
Well, we had a question first from Earth.
I can just say it. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm the faculty in KU and coordinator of the low incidence program, and just wanted to make sure I heard correctly that we could go ahead and try to create a limited apprenticeship license now. And okay, I just wanted to make sure I got that right.
Yep. So innovative programs. So if you look at the process for innovative programs, that would fit into the definition of an innovative program. And then if you want some specific direction, if you reach out to Catherine Schmidling, she can provide you some feedback on that, to how that process works if you need it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
And then Jennifer Kaczynski, did you get your questions answered or did you still need some clarification?
Yeah, so she asked if we could expand on what's in the works for low incidence license changes. Actually, right now, there's not really anything that's in the works for a change. Now, I do have some old regulation work that was started, you know, around 2018-19 that had some feedback from the SEAC in regards to, I believe there had been discussion about changing how we issue special education licenses in Kansas. For instance, possibly talk about the master's portion that ends up being like a special education specialist versus a special education teacher. We would kind of arrange a hierarchy where, you know, the individuals complete like those 9 hours that qualify them for the provisional license. Now, possibly that's the requirement that we have to qualify for the teaching endorsement. And then if they wanted to pursue further to become that special education specialist, they would finish the master's program and all that. So I don't know if anybody remembers these conversations. I'm just pulling out notes that I found in the history from our PSB meetings and regs work that Susan had left. So
Payne, would that also apply for teachers for the blind?
Well, so kind of for the teachers for the blind, there were, like last year, there was work to start an actual program in Kansas to offer a visually impaired license, whereas right now we depend on individuals completing out-of-state programs for that. But, and I think ESU is looking into that program, but I don't, as of now, there hasn't been anything started. But it was specifically, from what I read, it was just for like high incidence, low incidence. And I don't recall anything about visually impaired, nor deaf, hard of hearing. But once these regulations are completed, if there are recommendations that SEAC has that we can get to the PSB, by all means, please start sending those in. I have, based on that letter I have, there's discussion about testing. So for instance, an individual has that high incidence endorsement, you need them to serve in low incidence. Why don't we offer a route for them to take a test, the low incidence test, and that endorsement by testing? I'm supportive of that, whatever helps out the community, but there are other entities that would have concerns about that, and we would need to have that discussion and talk through and see if we could come to a consensus on that issue.
Okay, Marvin, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Shane. And some of this maybe Bert can help out too. So excuse my ignorance on this.
Yes,
We've got a lot of different licenses now. Thankfully, I'm not the one that sits in the office and has to figure out what works where. My question is, and this is coming from a parent, my parent perspective as well. Can anyone with any of these licenses be the one teaching my special ed student and writing the IEPs? And maybe that starts with Bert. Like the TN license that, where they haven't passed any content or any test yet, can they be hired as special ed teachers?
So technically, potentially they could, absolutely. So for instance, let's take the limited apprentice license holders for high incidence special education. They finished their 2-year program. They've been working with special education students for that 2-year period. They end up, for whatever reason, maybe they just didn't schedule the exam in time to get it taken. They can apply for a TN once they finish their program and serve on that TN and be teaching special ed while they finish passing their tests. And, in other cases, someone may be on that TN license or that, that transitional license, and they're on a waiver. So we have that waiver system set up, and that waiver allows individuals that don't hold the endorsement area yet. They've just been enrolled in a program to provide those services to children that need it.
Let me back up a bit. But everyone has to have at least a bachelor's degree. Is that correct?
That is for these licenses right now. However, if an individual is has a substitute license, that is a license, and that can allow them to provide whatever services the district needs, whatever function that district or co-op needs that individual to fill while they're on that license. And, subbing and potentially, yes, that could be special education.
So
that doesn't necessarily mean they're writing the IEP. They may.
But they could be. I don't consider that best practice, but I'm getting comments and questions to me, so I'm just trying to clarify because I don't know the answer. Bert, can you help out with that one at all, or?
The answer from Mark Ward is that if they have a license, then they are available to serve in that capacity. However, when I get asked by districts about it, I tell them to put a licensed, highly qualified special educator to mentor them and to work with them on all IEPs and on the paperwork, so that we don't end up with parents filing complaints because of a lack of knowledge on the part of the teacher to provide appropriate services and supports to students. In other words, if you don't have any background in special education, you shouldn't be writing IEPs. So that's what I have. Several agencies have called me, and that's what I've told them. Place one of your highly qualified teachers to support that teacher so that the IEPs are compliant.
Okay, so it is possible then that someone over 18 who got one of these emergency COVID licenses to sub could be running a special ed class and hopefully has a highly qualified mentor.
Actually, they're limited to 15 days if they have that emergency license.
Yeah, so
that's that COVID one. Okay.
Yeah, and I want to make that clarification, Bert. Thanks for bringing that in. So those individuals can only serve intermittently in any type of position. So that would be like your long-term folks.
And I believe sunsets,
but we then we put them in another class for a day and put them back in the room. right?
No, so it's cumulative. So they can't serve in that position any more than 15 days in that any given semester. So if
And
they're
that's
in
just for that. That's just for the COVID. That's not your regular emergency sub license, though.
well, in a given year. So right now there have been the state board waived the limitation to the number of days that I can ESOP.
Right.
So like, let's take a bachelor's degree holder. In a typical year, that individual is limited to 30 days in the same assignment, and that would be cumulative for that assignment. It's not you spend 29 days in there, go to another room, and then come back for another 30. It should be cumulative.
I'm not sure that that's interpreted universally quite like that, but
yeah.
okay.
But also, I'll clarify something else. So right now that's been extended for a year, but the district at any time in a standard work year, when the state board doesn't waive this requirement, a district can apply for a waiver to extend the number of days that individual can serve in a position. So it's possible even in a standard process year that the district applies for the waiver, and it's possible that that waiver could be granted and accepted, and they could spend more than that 30 days in that position. Sure.
Okay, and this leads up my other concern. And Leslie Ajari, I don't know if you've heard these concerns at all, but I am obviously we have a teacher shortage, and we have a huge special ed teacher shortage. So I am hearing more and more of people with 61 units at a community college getting a waiver and often teaching in sped classes, even if they have a mentor. I mentor teachers that have master's degree in sped, and it's rough writing IEPs and teaching them too. I'm concerned that parents don't know this, or parents think they're getting a great master special ed teacher, and yet they don't realize that this is what they have. And as Bert said, yeah, put someone high, because we don't want things coming back, but I am concerned for the kids, the outcome on the kids.
Marvin,
Leslie, have you heard any of that? Or I'm sorry, Bert.
Marvin, if it's a Title I building, then parents must be notified if a non-highly qualified teacher is employed in a building in which the students are served. It is an ESEA requirement that you notify parents whenever you have a non-highly qualified teacher teaching in a classroom. They're not properly licensed. You have to notify the parents for Title I programs.
So does that just put on a district website? Or I mean,
they have to send a notice home to the parents.
Is that done?
Yes, parents must be notified.
Okay.
And real quick, I would like to make one distinction, because we've been using the term highly qualified. I'm guilty of it too. However, with No Child Left Behind being repealed in 2017, we now use the language licensed at the level. So licensed appropriately, hold that endorsement at that grade level, and not the highly qualified language.
Yeah. Thank you, Shane, for clarifying that. Leslie, have you heard those concerns at all, or has it just been me?
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of calls just related to shortages overall, whether that be teachers or paraprofessionals and whatnot. And so, yeah, it's interesting to hear Bert talk about that notification that is supposed to go directly to parents. I'm not sure that I'm hearing that from anyone. I would think we would have, so it does make me wonder if parents are getting, I'm not trying to say they're not, but it makes me wonder, because I feel like that's the kind of thing that if a parent receives information like that, that sometimes would cause a parent to call and say, hey, I just got this, because it would kind of raise concerns for them. It's all in to me, the delivery, it depends how it's being delivered. And if it's being delivered in a way that the parent understands, then maybe not. But I am kind of surprised. I have never heard that direct question from a parent about receiving a notice like that.
What's in the ESEA regulations, and it's one of the check boxes that all of our Title I buildings must check, and it can be monitored. In fact, if we do a monitor, it is one of the areas we monitor.
Okay, and I did want to bring up a couple more items. If I have a little bit of time, I'll be very quick. It's just since I received this from the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators, wanted to make sure that you all know I have it, and I'm taking it to our standards board, and we'll have discussions about these areas that are listed. But for the there was questions about out-of-state unified special education licenses from individuals coming out of state, and the process where typically they end up with just a high incidence license. So when we have an individual that comes out, we do end up taking a look at their program, see what that standard says, or what the state says that program is equivalent to, and also that university, what they basically say this program equates to. Now, in some cases, we do have individuals that are coming out of state. Maybe they completed an elementary program, and they also completed a special education program. So we would issue them a license that's equivalent to like a elementary K-6 unified license, whatever the case. So we do a check. We're not just simply someone applies, we just say, no, they're not getting it. We do a review, and we try to issue the highest level license, and whatever endorsements they qualified for that meet our requirements, we will issue that. We're not trying to leave anything off, but in many cases, those other entities, other states that are offering, like a learning disability or mild moderate, they still use some old terminology different than what we use. Those more than often than not, they translate to high incidence, and there's not what we would consider a low incident component to that program. I just want everybody to know that's not across the board. We just say, nope, any out-of-state license that comes in, we're just issuing high incidence. We do review those. And then at any point, if someone wanted to make a formal review, they could also go through the licensure review committee as well.
All right, well, the levels of shortage we have sounds like getting more complex with the levels of abilities we have to try and put people in the right seats on the bus. So I hope that we continue working hard to put the right people in classrooms, especially with the students that we have who have specific needs. So Shane, thank you so much. I do anticipate when we build our agenda for the next meeting, we'll probably be asking you to come back with some updates from that October data that you get. So
absolutely. Yeah. Anything you need.
Yeah, when we focus on how we provide for the students with special needs in our state, that is information that we need to be on top of and get the right people where they need to be. Okay, at this time, I believe it's time to adjourn for lunch. So do you say come back at 1:15? Does that sound good? All right, we'll see everybody at 1:15. Welcome back, everyone. If you will turn your cameras back on and join in with us. Looks like we have a few items still to take care of. We're not really long on the list for the afternoon portion of our day. It looks like Bert Moore has our KSDE updates next, and I see his face here. I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. Bert, are you ready to just jump right in?
I am ready to jump.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. So one of the updates I'll provide is Brian brought to your attention the state performance plan and the differentiated monitoring system. And one of the things that goes along with that is monitoring. Many people get aggravated with us because we are a compliance and a results agency. So we have to review the compliance indicators as well as we look at results. Now, people don't get spanked over the results. Maybe they should be, but they don't, because that's left up to local control and left up to what you're able to produce at the local level. But the compliance becomes more perplexing to agencies. You mentioned compliance and they bring out their pitchforks and their shovels, but it's something that we're required to do. So one of the things that we've added this year is doing file review and doing a monitor of jails and correctional facilities. Now, we've done correctional facilities in the past, but we're going to have to start working with any of our students with disabilities between the ages of birth, if you can believe it, and age 21 that may be incarcerated, and how local agencies are then providing for special education supports and services should they be in those institutions for any length of time. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. So we do have a monitoring protocol that we're following, and Stacy Martin is leading that with Heather Gould, who you heard about this morning, who is our new neglected and delinquent EPC education program consultant. So that's something that we will be pursuing, and part of our cohort monitoring will begin to include those institutions because the federal government requires it. It's not something that we decided, hey, we don't have enough to do, so let's add something to our bucket. No, that's not how this happened. So I wanted you to be aware of that. The other thing I want you to be aware of, and there's a lot of confusion in the field on this right now, and you have not received much information from me. The reason being, this was not a special education action. In 2018, there was a statute voted 75-5397E in 2018 that required the Kansas Department of Health and Environment and school districts to do an annual language assessment of any children that are deaf or hard of hearing. Now note that it did not say special education. It did not say IDEA eligible. It did not say IDEA or special education or SETS will be the primary provider of this service. It said school districts. So there was a governor's commission that was formed, and it was given to the Kansas Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing to be the lead. And they continue to be the reporting agency, the lead for that. But it came out of that council meeting, that commission meeting, that the Kansas State School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing would be at the best advantage to provide these language assessments to children between the ages of birth and age 8, all the way through age 8. It's an annual assessment, and it is to include American Sign Language and or English, and it's a language assessment. There's a list of tools that they recommended and procedures that they recommended. And there's been a lot of debate going on in the state right now over what is this? And my superintendent sent this to my special ed agent. Well, the only time that special education would be engaged in this process is if an agency put it in a student's IEP as an annual requirement. So if a team meets and they say, well, we think this is something that we need to address in the IEP, and they put it in the IEP, then that could become an IDEA accountability responsibility. But at this point in time, it is a school district responsibility. And that's why any information that's been shared has been been sent out through our school finance department. The Kansas State School for the Deaf was given the charge of figuring out how much it would cost, how much time it would take, how many staff it would take. And they've been working with the legislature for several years and the governor to try and get more money put into this so that it would be a state-funded project. And the legislature flat out told the Kansas State School for the Deaf last year that they were supposed to put a process together for charging school districts. So that's where this is coming from. And that's why you have not been directly involved as a special education group, because it was formally required with the school districts. And Joan put in here, Marvin did, we actually worked with this a lot in SEAC 5 years ago when Joan Macy was chair. Joan Macy, by the way, is the director of special education at the State School for the Deaf. So I just want to make it clear to you that this is not a specific special ed activity, because a student could be deaf or hard of hearing and receiving corrective devices or amplification in a classroom and may have a Section 504 accommodation plan that doesn't require special education. So there were no parameters put on this for acuity. So in other words, is hard of hearing within 10 decibels of a screener? Is it within 10 decibels of normal speech? So it's really unclear on exactly who this involves. That was another problem with the way that the bill came through. So it was hanging out there for a few years, and as you all know, COVID hit us in 20 and kind of put this on the back burner. But the Kansas State School for the Deaf is supposed to work with the school district to secure a consent from the parent to perform this assessment. It will be an annual assessment, and it is of language skills, because one of the things that the research has shown is that students that are deaf or hard of hearing are having language deficits that are interfering with their ability to gain literacy, and in some cases, math and other content skills, because they lack the language background. So this is supposed to be preventative, if you will, and to catch children so that we can intervene at an early stage. Now, part of this process is for a report to be developed that will be provided to the school district and to the parent upon completion of the assessments, with any recommendations for the school district and how they might want to provide language enrichment or language interventions for specific children. They've been doing this with KDHE for the birth to 3 population for a while now. So I just want to make SEAC aware, as Marvin says, this is not a new item to SEAC, but it's new in the sense that since I've been here, we have not discussed this. And I think the reason being is that when it came out, and we started having these deep discussions about what funding was available, we had to let them know that special education funds were not available, because this was not a special education activity required by the federal government. It was not put into statute as a requirement for special education as an added, like we have some additions that the state requires for special ed activity that the federal government does not require. It was never added into that list either. So you special educators that are on here, and I'll be bringing this up tomorrow in the webinar, need to be communicating with your school districts that accountability and that cost is with the school district, unless it was addressed in an IEP, in which case IDEA funds may be used, or state special education funds, but would have to be in the IEP in order for that to be, for them to use the IDEA or state special education dollars. So I hope I made that clear enough to you. It's been confusing, and I've got a notebook on this. Laura and I worked on this at length, and we've had team meetings here, and it fell to Craig. But Luann Barron at the Kansas State School for the Deaf has sent out several information sheets on this, and she has her contact information. So you can refer your superintendents, because they received this notice from her, back to Luann if they have any questions. And I know that she'll be glad to respond and answer them. Why can't it be done at the local level? Well, for one thing, the consistency and the accountability of the evaluation itself to make sure that they secure valid responses was a consideration that the Kansas State School for the Deaf and the Kansas Commission for Deaf and Hard of Hearing were very concerned about. They were afraid at the local level, if I just did a Peabody picture vocabulary test and that was my English assessment for language, that was not good enough. So they have come up with a list of instruments that are approved, and that ASL also becomes problematic because you have to have sufficient skills to be able to assign the specific language needs of the child within the context of the assessment. So I know people are saying, well, we've got these speech paths and we've got people that could be doing this. I understand, but again, it is your school district that's accountable for this. So what I have visited with the team here is, if Kansas State School for the Deaf feels like they're the only ones that can do this, then let's give them the opportunity and see if they have capacity to do this. So any questions on that? I think I covered it pretty well. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about is something that we have formed here in Kansas, and we have an opportunity as a result of that, which is the Transition Coordinating Council. When I came here, I put as my #1 priority as director that we have appropriate transition planning and services for our youth before they exit our schools, because I was concerned that we were filling out IEPs and doing the indicator 13 work of dotting the I's and crossing the T's on what we were doing to build transition plans. But then were we being successful beyond the school doors to meet the needs of our youth? And the answer was coming back, maybe. For some students and in some districts, yes. And for other students in other districts, no. So the idea is to have a coordination of those agencies that provide support to school districts so that we can have a better methodology in discussing and reviewing transition needs of youth and services, and then providing opportunities for the field so that we can do a better job of coordinating some transition planning and supports for the state. So out of that, KU has a transition needs assessment that they have developed. It's a Qualtrics needs assessment. It wouldn't be that long for a secondary teacher or transition coordinator to complete, but Stacy Martin has put in charge of this, and she will be sending information out to agencies asking for a list of email addresses for secondary staff so that we can get a better feel for what are the transition needs of teachers and transition coordinators related to transition planning and implementation of those supports and services at the local level. A report can be put together and shared with that agency based upon the responses that we receive that says, this is what your teachers show as strengths, here's what they show as areas that they feel they have a need. And then that could help the local agency to better work around and plan transition coordination at the local level. Again, further information will be sent out really soon. And then we'll be working with KU. They have 2 people assigned to this that Stacy and I met with yesterday, who will do anything that they can to support this work so that we can get as comprehensive of a needs assessment as we can. And one of the outcomes of that would be in the future, perhaps even this spring, to plan a transition conference, because that's one of the things that the Transition Coordinating Council has visited about for several years now. Now, Stacy Clarkson represents the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators. And Trish, I believe you're involved in that process. And we also have VR, we have the Kansas Developmentally Disabled folk that are involved in that. We have TASN involved. We have Melanie Scott involved, which represents the health community. We have a lot of really good support organizations that are involved in building this process. So we'll keep you informed, SEAC, so that you're aware of the work that we're doing, because to me, this is the critical outcome. I can have the best IEPs in the world, but if my children are not able to access services and supports beyond the school door, then what does it matter? I'm just going to say it out loud. I mean, I graduated with a 4.0. I can't get a job. I'm not skilled enough to be able to go on to post-secondary training. These are the issues we need to be addressing while we have them in school to the best of our ability. I'm not expecting 100% for this. I had students that I know were not going to be able to go to work. I mean, I had a young man that was at a 2-month developmental level for the entire time I had him. But the issue is, how can I make his life more functional? How can I support the needs of that youth beyond the door so that he has opportunities for community engagement, for a community function? And if you could see what his parents did with him, taking him to horse shows, and I mean, they had him everywhere. They had a plan, but what happens if something happens to them? How do we continue that process for our youth that we know are going to have limited ability to access employment and post-secondary? I'm not saying they don't have the ability to. I'm saying they have limited ability based upon the criteria and their disabilities. So we have to consider that. That's where I think when we say all, we really mean each student. So we have to look at each student separately and build that plan based upon what each student needs. Not thinking in terms of all, because I can offer it to all, but did I offer it to each? So I'm kind of changing that language. Baruti helped me with that when we had a conversation at my table when we were at leadership. He said, you know, all doesn't get it, because all just says we all get the same plate of food. But what if I need a different plate of food? Did you meet my need? So there's where the each comes in. So I'm going to start using that language more and more. The other thing is the Tri-State Law Conference that we offer annually will occur in November. And it will occur November 3rd and 4th. It will be in Omaha for the first time in person in 3 years. So I want to make you aware of that. Mark Ward, who works here at KSDE, who is, in my terms, considered the guru of knowledge when it comes to special education regulations and statutes, has planned the first day of the conference for lawyers. So on the 2nd, there will be an opportunity for lawyers and for dispute resolution people to receive training that will be pertinent to them, and they can get their CEUs on that first day because they have to have continuing education units as well. Then the 3rd and the 4th are planned breakout rooms, and some of you may have heard the name Laura Jurgensen. Well, Laura will be one of our presenters. So just to give you a little tidbit of some of the structure. And then Karen Hussey, who everybody who's been to law conference the last 3 or 4 years when she first started presenting, has said they thoroughly enjoy hearing her speak. She's going to be one of the speakers as well. And I'll leave the rest as a tidbit if any of you are interested in attending. And then for some of you, we're also moving back to, which I am so excited about, the Midwest Education Leadership Conference this summer. It's always held in Breckenridge. It's held June 19th through the 21st. We get national speakers and we limit the enrollment to 150. And it's 3 states that build this process. There are 7 states, I'm sorry. We had 3 for tri-state. That would be Iowa, Nebraska, and Kansas. We build the tri-state. And we have 7 states that are involved, and they're all located within the Kansas, Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming, Oklahoma range. And then we plan this conference. So I'm on that planning committee as the Kansas representative. And as I get information, I'll send it out to everybody. And we'll also get information about Tri-State out to everybody as well. That's the main things that I wanted to share with you today that are going on here at KSDE. We are gearing up for a very busy year. We know that many of you and many of our parents and our community members are concerned about the lack of licensed, since I can't use highly qualified anymore, licensed teachers that we have in the field working with our special needs children. I do want to make you aware that the department heads here are aware of that. They're very much aware of it. The state board is very much aware of it. I'm aware of it. The problem is when you have 35 students in a classroom, you're not being very effective. So districts have had to hire those subs so that they could limit the caseloads and class sizes and then put those folk together to mentor so that you have a lead teacher and then you have the sub teacher and you have the lead teacher. I know it's creating problems because the caseloads are way too high in some situations, and we have people leaving as a result of that. If any of you would like to get your teaching license and get the special ed, high incidence or low incidence, that you could write your own ticket. I'm just saying, if you have children that are in school and they're floundering and they don't know what they want to be when they grow up, there's a great opportunity here for them. So we're going to do the best that we can to do recruitment and retention and try and build capacity at the high school level to get students engaged in education so that we can build our teacher network and not have them move out of state where they might be able to get higher salaries. There's been a great opportunity here in Kansas to raise the salary as a result of the dollars that came from ESSER that were provided in response to the pandemic. So that's been very helpful as well. Do you all have any questions for me on anything that you've heard or anything that's going on here at KSDE that you'd like to know more about? Because I'm open to those questions. I may not have answers, but I at least can get back with you if it's an area that I don't have an immediate answer for.
Tobias, do I see your hand up?
Yeah. So Bert, I'm going to circle back to the transition statements that you made, and it's obvious that your passion for transition is evident in your tone as you're speaking about it. So I commend you on that. I was curious to know whether or not the transition document that we helped edit last year was implemented in any way at the IAP level across the state.
That is a great question, Tobias. We have notified districts the last 2 years that we have that document available for them to use and distribute to parents. But now that you mention it, I think it's time to reinforce that. So I will work with Kayla to make sure that we get that resent out to the field, because Rocky mentioned it last year, and that was our cue to make sure that it was being widely distributed. And we will make sure it gets widely distributed again because it's still pertinent and effective, and we want to do that. I also want to do a shout out here to a very special agency that's also a member of the coordinating council, and that would be Families Together. Families Together has done some outstanding transition conferences for their parents and for their students with disabilities. I can't speak highly enough about it. I know that we here at KSDE thought so highly of it that we were able to get some of our federal dollars and flow those through to Families Together to improve the training and the networking for parents and students with disabilities, and they're flying with it. So we have some great partnerships here in the state. We really do. And I think we're getting the message out there. You can't push it too fast or people push back at you, especially when they're looking at, I got a caseload of 25 and how am I supposed to do transition 2? Well, you have to get over that because it's required, and you need to find a way to get that taken care of, because that's one of the most important things that we could be doing. So Leslie and Leah and her team have been phenomenal in supporting the work of transition, and I do want to give them a shout out. Thank you, Tobias. We'll get, yeah, right, Tricia. I will get that out.
Yeah, I get to work with Leah Hawley on that committee, and she is just a rock star. I mean, she always has so much information. She sees things from the parent's perspective, and she brings amazing questions to the table. So I definitely second that, Bert. Marvin, do you have your hand up?
Oops. Yes, I do. Hey, since we're talking about transition, I do want to commend KDSE for all they're doing. I know in October, I think they're doing a bunch of sessions. There's one in Hayes, Topeka, and Wichita, a full day of transition training. Another initiative, I don't know how many people know, we're in the working stages, so it hasn't been announced, but I can say it to you guys. KU put together a grant program to get transitional coordinating councils up in a number of the regions. They're doing a pilot program, and the Wichita area is one of those regions. So we've been meeting once a month since back in April or May, and working on a mapping app of resources for families and parents, and should have a website launched up here in a couple months too. So And we've got, probably 5 or 6 of the school districts involved, plus the transportation and city and a job project, a whole bunch of agencies interested in transition, VR and SCDO and all that. So transition, I think, Bert, is finally getting the attention that it needs. And so we're looking great things for that, and thankful to KU for helping us out on that.
When you mention the KU opportunity, they just have one more year on that grant, but they are trying to really build capacity across the state for transition councils to be revived and to come back and to provide that coordination at the local level or even at the regional level, so that people are networking together and they're learning from one another about what is available and what is out there and what is working, because that's what our transition council was like years ago. I have no idea why KSDE no longer promoted or supported the transition councils, and they just kind of started to wane and disappear unless it was a strong group that kept it together. I think part of it was during certain government years when we saw a reduction in services for so many of our providers. And I know at one point we had and I'm just going to call them who they were, the SRS would come to our meetings. We had VR that would come to our meetings, and all of a sudden they weren't showing up anymore because they weren't allowed to travel. So we had a lot of opportunities lost when we had reductions every year for many years in a row of dollars that went to our public agencies, and that created that gap. But now that we have federal money and we have opportunities, we're trying to build that back again. And we have agencies wanting to work with us because part of their evaluations are on how well they are helping youth to succeed once they become adults. So they want to see good results too. So it's a win-win. But I thank you for calling out the trainings in October. I was looking for my flyer on that. I'm going to have Kayla find that. Stacy Martin had sent that out, and we'll get that put in the chat for you, because we want you to be aware of these training opportunities. There are 3 dates. There's going to be one in Hayes, one in Topeka, and I think one in Wichita. At least that's what my memory tells me. And also I wanted to shout out about the Tuesday opportunities. It's the second Tuesday of every month is called Transition Tuesdays, where Stacy and Andy Ewing, I want to shout out to Andy Ewing too. He was added to replace Wendy. As you know, Wendy was very active in transition. There they are. Marvin's got them. So those regional workshops we're really excited about. So you're going to start seeing a lot more on transition, Marvin, because that I've got to get that coordinated better so that the field feels supported in that area and they get their questions answered, because yeah, we're going to make it happen.
I see that Mike Burgess had a comment about the 8 councils, and the KU group that's leading the transition coordinating council that I'm serving on. They do have 8 different areas that have councils that have been working like Marvin's has across the state of Kansas, and they're trying to get resources put together and websites, and then they're wanting to connect all of them so that we can have all the resources at the fingertips of the students as well as the teachers and the families. And one of the websites that they're looking at is a website called My Transition, My Career. And I've seen some quick sneak peeks of it, and it is absolutely fantastic. So once they get that developed and ready to roll out, I can't wait to share that here, or Stacy Martin will be probably sharing it someday down the road with all of us. But there are a lot of great things happening on the transition front. Yep. Bert just posted the link to the TASN website where we can register for any of these secondary transition regional workshops. Mike, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, it's just exciting. Initially, KU, they were hoping to have 3 to 5 councils across the state that they were going to work with, and they ended up with 8 strong applications. And so it is really exciting. And Bert, I believe that is a 5-year grant. They had a different grant where they were doing some work in the Salina area that was a predecessor, and I think that was just a 1-year grant. But I believe this one is a 5-year. I don't know. I'm on the steering committee of several of their grants, and it's hard to keep them all straight at times.
You know, I'm the same way, Mike, because the one she told us about that was working over in the northeast section, they had 10 councils that they had formed that they're working with. And she said that grant had one more year, but I have signed letters of support for numerous KU transition grants. I'd sign them for Fort Hays, I'd sign them for Wichita State. So it's not anything that I'm being, you know, particular about. It's just that if we can support that work in any way that we can, and KU was known for years with Mary Morningstar as one of the leaders in the nation for transition. So they have a reputation to uphold, and they're definitely upholding it and doing a great job.
Well, and then hopefully everyone heard too, but they kind of pulled a coup on, is it Colorado, University of Colorado, or one of the Colorado universities, and State of the States is now based out of KU. And so they got Shay is now part of their faculty. And so that's really cool to have that resource in Kansas as well.
I agree completely, Mike. Anybody have any questions for me? We're here. All you have to do is email me with any questions you have. And like I said, my staff is used to me sending them questions from the field because I want you to get the person that can give you the answer to your question and not give you a runaround. So oftentimes I refer things to Mark or to Brian if it has any type of legal, and they're not giving legal opinions, they're just giving you the CFR or the KSA and an explanation of it. I want to make that clear because we don't give legal opinions here, but we do provide you with the basis for what the language is, where it came from, and how it's interpreted so that you'll have that at your fingertips. But that's what we're here for. We're here to serve you. So as Evelyn always says, I don't have a job if you don't reach out to me. So make sure you reach out to us whenever you have questions. I guess that would be it, Trish.
All right, that is wonderful. So according to our agenda, we are ahead again, which we're really good at doing today. And I think that that's wonderful. I feel like we're getting a lot of information, but some people might feel like we're drinking out of a fire hose. Really quick and really fast. So if you feel like that, like Bert said, don't hesitate, reach out, ask those questions. I think we can go ahead and jump into our ex officio members reports. Leslie, would you like to start with that for Families Together?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Am I able to share my screen? Okay, I think now maybe I can. Great, thanks. See if I do this the right way. Are you guys seeing a report?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There it is. Now we see it.
Okay, you are seeing it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, all right, well, first of all, thank you, Bert, for your shout out, and Trish, and I just will echo your feelings about Leah. I feel honored to have her as a person I work with every day, and she's also a personal friend. So thank you, and I will share those kudos. And she is very passionate about transition, and that passion comes from, for anyone that doesn't know, her son, Sean, is now 30, but Sean has significant autism, and she has been his strong partner through this through his years, and just really focused on community when not everybody else was doing that as much as we are now. So she's definitely got that passion at heart. So I will just dig right in. This is for our last quarter because that's how we do our reporting. So this is going to be reflective of April through July. And so you'll see there the individualized consultations and training, that's the number. And then the pie chart kind of breaks down for you what those are made of. As you can see, a lot of it has to do with our parent assistance. So when you see the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and that's this green, the purple, and the little aqua, I guess. Those are the individualized consultations that we do one-on-one with parents. And so that means, that's one-on-one either by phone or email or in person, Zoom, it just means it's very individualized. And then we've broken it. I think I talked about this several times, but I know we have some new people, so I'll just say it again. We've kind of done it. The tiers are similar to what you think of when you think of a tiered system, with the tier 3 people just meaning they need more than, you know, the tier 1. Tier 1 is maybe more just your parent who's calling, has some general questions about the process, or wants some feedback about a particular topic, and needs some resources, needs some training on their rights, but not real intense. And then when we get up into tier 3, that's when we start looking at, we're actually doing some person-centered planning with them. We use the Charting the Life course framework to do that. And then we actually we help them prepare for their IEP meeting, and then we attend the meeting with them, and then do some follow-up evaluation with them, as well as the school team post meeting. And so that kind of explains that for you guys. Looking at the ethnicity and age breakdown for this quarter, the thing I noted that when I did this, I always try to kind of look at what's different. And I did note that our Caucasian numbers went down, and most of the other numbers went up, except for, I think it was the Native American went down. You know, I like to see that. I like to see that we're, you know, moving the numbers on some of those different categories. And interestingly, it's kind of funny, Bert, after all our talk about transition, I'm going to now kind of switch us to early childhood a little bit, because our transition numbers this last quarter went down a little bit, and our early childhood numbers went up a bit. And again, I like to see that too, because that infant, toddler, you know, through five years old, that's usually, those are pretty low percentages for us, typically, or lower. So I like seeing those go up. Not that I want to see any of them go down, but, you know, I like that we're getting to across the ages when we're helping folks. This simply just gets to the primary disability of that individualized consultation or training. So these numbers would include people that had come for training. And these aren't, you may have a parent who has several kids, or they've gone to have several consultations. So the number of persons helped, you know, it's not going to match up one-on-one for the categories, because they may have more than one kid or had more than one consultation, if that makes sense. I'll come back to that conference thing. That was kind of my reminder to talk about the conference. This just lets you know the content of contact. Whenever we talk with a parent, we choose kind of the most significant area that we're working with them on. And so this just gives you kind of a count of the kinds of questions that were being asked, and the most popular. And there's, I don't know how many there's a lot, you know, of topics we talk about, but I just pull the top 20 and give you an idea of what we're hearing. And this down here are just things that we've talked about as a group that I've gone ahead and giving the numbers on, even though they don't end up in the top 20. Trying to think, when I was looking at this, what struck me. Homeschooling was still, you know, about the same, but, you know, that's up a little bit since, you know, over the year. And then bullying, I saw that it was up again a little bit, kind of consistently staying in that teens numbers. I'm trying to think of anything else that I have to look and remind myself. I don't think anything else really struck me as a lot different than what we had talked about last time. These are our education advocate numbers, and, you know, these are by month. And so again, the first number reflects the number of appointments. So that means that an education advocate was appointed to a particular student. And then, so this means 46 appointments were made in April, and of those, 22 were new students. The other ones, that would have meant that the student probably moved, you know, was moved to a different placement or a different school, but had to have a new appointment of a new education advocate, but wasn't brand new to the program. Same with the cancellations. That just means those are the number of cancellations, and the number that are final, meaning the child graduated, no longer needs services, or adoptions are finalized, so they have a parent now that is taking on that role. I did note when I was pulling this together, in August, just to give you a sense of just how busy we get when school gets back up. That education advocate team, they did 129 appointments and 143 cancellations in August. And so you'll see those numbers next quarter be a lot larger. So they've been really busy, but I will say they've just done a tremendous job of cleaning up data. And, we've been working with KSDE data people, and they've really got that system doing great things for us. And it's so much easier to really track where kids are and have, updated information. And, we continue to work pretty closely with Brian Dempsey when we get weird questions or court orders that we need to talk about. So appreciate him for that. I do want to mention the Together We Can Learn conference. It's happening this Saturday. So things have been a little crazy around here, but we're super excited about it. It's in person. It's at the KU Edwards campus. We have a person coming in from Washington, D.C. His name is Michael Murray. He is a person with a learning disability himself. And so he talks about his journey, and his focus is going to be on inclusion. And then Jane Groff, and we all know Jane, is going to close out the conference for us and talk about family engagement. I just want to mention some of the sessions, because I really feel like we've put together a good set of sessions. Darla Nelson Metzger, one of our team members, is going to do something on suspension and discipline and those kinds of things. It's always a popular session. And then Leah is actually going to do a session with one of Sean's past teachers. We've actually done this in other states even. It's where we've kind of talked about her journey, because Leah actually had a pretty rough go with the school for a while, and she actually had initiated due process. And so it's just a really cool story about how she connected with us as in families together, and then how they resolved that and then went on to have this really great collaborative relationship. So they're going to share that story at the conference. We have two people coming, I say young adults because they're my kids' ages, so they seem young to me. But adults that are coming, Cedric and I'm trying to think of her, Triumphia, but they have a real entrepreneurial spirit, and they're going to come and they're going to talk about some of their businesses that they've created and their work, but they're going to tie that into battling their own mental health struggles, depression, and then also one of them is going to share the story of kind of having heading down the wrong path sometimes with the group of friends that he had chosen, and kind of giving an example of how when he got onto the right track versus his brother who stayed on the wrong track. And so kind of just a really good session to talk about that a little bit, trying to hit some of those families that have youth in particular that are that transition age that might be struggling in that way. Then we have Kristen Sheldon is coming from Tazen. She works on the school mental health initiative. And she's going to come and talk all about what the great work that's going on with that. And then hopefully that great work that's going to continue when we hear about the new SPDIG grant. And then Lisa Howell is one of our team members. And Lisa has a lot of knowledge in the area of dyslexia. And she is going to do a session about the Kansas Dyslexia Initiative, and also tie that into how we as parents can work positively with our school teams. And I reviewed her presentation recently, and I'm super excited about it. I think it's going to be a great one for us to continue to use. Jennifer Bumble from KU is going to join us, and she's going to talk to everybody about mapping, Google Mapping, and using that for community services. And then we also have a session on stepping ahead at age 3. So looking at that Part C to Part B transition. So that is coming up. Oh, the other thing that we're doing there was we're having a sibling panel, and that's going to include siblings. And these are siblings that have disabilities as well as siblings who do not have disabilities. And they're going to be talking about that experience. And so I think that's going to be a really great group panel discussion as well. So that's happening this Saturday. And then lastly, I will say that we do have our new guide to special education. Let's see if I can stop sharing. So I don't know. if I hold this up, you guys can kind of see it, I think. Anyway, we have this, it's all done now, and KSDE actually, so thank you very much for printing a bunch of copies of these for us. We're so excited about this. This guide has been around for a while. I'm along like many, I want to say 20 years, I don't know how long ago, but I was here then, believe it or not, that we worked with KSDE to do the first guide. And then when they switched and did the, had the process handbook available, and then also did their parent rights document, they basically said, take this and do with it what you will, and we'll support it. And so we just kind of made it more family friendly, I think, and it's ready to go. And what I really want to say about that, because I think I said this, what I just said to you before, but we have it almost ready to print in Spanish. And so very excited about that. We have 3 Spanish speaking people on staff, and one of them, Josh, who joined us not terribly long ago, that's been his main job, if you will. He's been focused on that all summer, but we are very, very close. And so I'm super excited. I think that's going to be really good for families and districts. We get a lot of districts call and ask if we have anything like that in Spanish. And so I think that will be awesome to have available. And yes, Marvin, we do have these in PDF form, so I can send you that one, or maybe I can put it in the chat or whatever, but we do have it, and we will also have the Spanish one available too, as soon as it's ready. And it will just be, you know, just like this, it'll be in Spanish. And so I think that's everything. If anyone has questions for me, I will.
Leslie, is that a guide that there's a link to on your website, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, it should be there. It absolutely should be, and I'll double check to make sure, and I can drop it in the chat then while the next person is talking.
That's wonderful.
All right. Thank you guys.
So much. Okay, our next person to share is a representative from the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators, and I'm not sure who that is today.
That'll be me.
Okay, thanks, Ashley.
It's good to see you guys. I know Lena had presented information at our last meeting, and I corrected some of the things that I think I had on there that maybe needed correcting. I do have a little 1-pager that I'll send out, not any new updates necessarily, as much as just reiterating our mission and vision, who our board members are right now, and also reiterating that we have the regional representatives across the state. And so our regional meetings the purpose of those is to have that smaller group that has regional issues that they can discuss. And then those representatives bring that to the board so that that can be discussed at large, and we can maybe create some resources. I serve on our liaison committee. And so the purpose of me being involved with SEAC is to hear all of the things that SEAC is discussing, and also report back to SEAC anything that's going on with Casey. So it's always exciting to see some of the different agencies and what you guys are all doing, and then report that back to our membership. It's an opportunity that we have to share that information with people who don't always have either the time or access. And so we've gotten some good feedback from folks in our membership that that this is a good way for us to kind of distribute some of that information. So I'll continue to join in that capacity, and I'll provide any updates that I can. I think Lena is still on here. Lena, please jump in if there's anything else that you'd like to share directly from the board. But I will send the little 1-pager with all of our contact information so that that'll be in your materials for today too.
That's wonderful.
Thanks, Ashley. I will jump in and just add a little bit more to that. So we're working as an executive board on several priorities this year, one of which is supporting new directors across the state and trying to figure out what our role is in partnering with KSDE and some of our service centers in USA, Kansas, and all those folks in the state so that we can better support them, especially in the area of budgeting and fiscal, as we are on the cusp of the end of ESSER funds and the IDEA ARP funds expiring, and what that's going to mean for maintenance of effort. And so the focus of our conference that we're planning for February is really going to be content that folks can use on a day-to-day basis in their jobs. So we're just in the committee stages of that, and we're excited to keep working on that. We have a communications group that is trying to help offer guidance on better ways to communicate our message and help the state recognize Casey as the go-to if they have questions about special education. We would like to elevate that image so that they are reaching out to us when they're talking about those special ed funding bills and that kind of thing that the legislature covers. And then the other priority area that we're continuing to work on is just the communication and partnership with the Kansas State Schools for the Deaf and Blind, and how we can continue to facilitate good relationships between the districts and those two entities, as we have the same mission, which is supporting all of our students the best way that we can.
All right, does anybody have questions for Ashley or Lena? All right, okay, so then our next person to present is it Mike Burgess with the Disabilities Rights Center? Or is Rocky on here? There's Mike.
Yep. Howdy. So I guess lots of exciting things to keep us busy. Seems like recently been doing a lot of presentations on supported decision-making and alternatives to guardianship. And it's been really cool. We got invited to present at KU Med to a bunch of doctors. And that was a really cool place to kind of broaden their horizons, you know, when it comes to alternatives to guardianship. And then also the KDHE and the DD Council put on an event in Wichita for families over the weekend, and it was great fun. We had a former Kansan who's now with the American Bar Association was the keynote, Elizabeth Moran, and she did an amazing job of talking. And then I was on a panel. There's some self-advocates, and then we also partner with some folks from the USED at KU, and just cover a wide variety of things to help educate people about what they can do today to begin using supported decision-making and help them understand, you know, it's all about having the right tool and being aware of all of the different tools. And unfortunately, guardianship is an often overused tool. And we actually have some really good, I mean, our guardianship law has a lot of really good things in it. We just need everyone to follow it and make sure that they're trying all the other alternatives prior to jumping straight to guardianship. And so I'm trying to think. And then we have the State Rehabilitation Council coming up here tomorrow, and so it's fun. I'm actually the chair of that, and then Tammy, Leslie's cohort, is my vice chair, and so it's always fun kind of trying to think of transition and how we can help better serve youth with disabilities in the context of vocational rehabilitation as well. So a lot of different areas. And I know I'd mentioned previously, you know, some of the legislative efforts, so I won't rehash that, but we're kind of gearing up, beginning to do some groundwork for future work there. There's the legislature is doing an interim committee on the intellectual and developmental disability waiver modernization. And so we're recruiting some self-advocates and parents and others to come share their perspectives. I mean, they're the real experts in what the waiver ought to be. And then also folks on the waiting list, you know, it's a travesty that the waiting list is really a crisis list. You're essentially there until you have a crisis. I mean, most folks, it's about 10 years right now is the best case. And so, you know, last month, KDADS had a budget hearing where the public could sign up to share. And so one of the things that we asked as the Disability Rights Center was to consider adding about 1,000 slots to the additional slots, which would be roughly 1/5 of the waiting list, and to try and eliminate the waiting list over 5 years. So lots of exciting things that could happen. I guess if there's any specific questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them, and appreciate, as always, all of the discussion and expertise we have at SEAC, and so appreciate to be a part of it.
All right, does anyone have any questions at this time for Mike?
Yeah, and if anyone is aware of other opportunities or wants to learn more about supported decision-making and alternatives to guardianship, I'm just a bit player in that. We have Colin Olenek with the Self-Advocate Coalition and Brad Linenkamp, who's also a self-advocate who works for KU. They're the ones, they do a great job because they both have used supported decision-making for years. And they're the ones that are really the stars of the show and the experts. I just get to chime in on some of the legislative things and some of the, helping people to better understand some of the alternatives as well.
All right, Marvin Miller said Sean Swindler too.
Yep, he did both the sessions with me. He was another co-presenter.
All right, Leslie is sending out a reminder for the links that she put in our chat. And Kayla, do you attach those to the meeting notes that you send out later?
Yes, I will have them attached as well.
Okay, wonderful. Just in case somebody doesn't have a chance to click on them, because our last presenter was Jim McNeese from KBOE, and we heard from him this morning. So I want to thank everybody that came today and spent time and had meaningful conversations and participated. I hope that we got everything that we needed out of today, and we have more to take back with us. And if you have topics or ideas or suggestions for our next meeting, let Bert know, let Kayla know. You're welcome to email me, and we'll see what we can do to get things on the agenda. So thanks everybody that presented and everybody that participated. It's, in my opinion, time very well spent. So it's hard to get that time away and sometimes hard to get coverage, but it's worth the time. So if we do not have any other topics to address, it is time to ask somebody to call our meeting to adjourn.
This is
Madam
Tobias.
Chair, I move that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Okay, so Mike made the motion and Tobias seconded it. That's always fun to say.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I'm ex officio, so I belay my last. I don't believe I can make a motion.
I think you are right. So
All right, I'll
Tobias,
move
would you
to
like?
adjourn.
Okay, Tobias made the motion
I'll second it.
and Marvin
So-
is,
No,
Marvin?
give Troy a chance.
Yeah, I'll second that motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Okay, Troy is seconding the motion, and Kayla, do you have a vote for us?
And Trish, I have something before we get out of here.
Okay, go ahead, Tobias.
Is the membership committee meeting after this? Are we just gonna hang on?
Yes. If
Okay.
membership committee can hang on at the very end of this, then we will continue our part of the meeting after. And our next meeting date is November 9th. Okay, there's your chance to vote. All
You said
right,
November 9th is the next meeting?
November 9th is the next meeting. And it looks like we've approved with 100% that our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.